Yo, what's up everyone? It's Magic Bloodline, and today we're checking out, what if Harry bonded with a Norwegian Ridgeback at age 3 and was declared Lord of all Dragons? Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1, The Hatching. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive was exactly 7 steps long if you measured from the door to the back wall, and Harry Potter had measured it approximately 400 times. He knew this because there was not much else to do in a cupboard. He was 3 years old, which meant he understood enough to know that the darkness was not dangerous and that spiders were mostly friends, and that his aunt's voice, when it went high and tight like a stretched rubber band, meant that something bad was about to happen. He understood that Dudley had things, toys, light, space, food at regular intervals, and that Harry had the cupboard. He understood, in the wordless way that small children understand injustice before they have words for it, that this was wrong. What he did not understand, on the particular Tuesday evening in late October when everything changed, was where the egg had come from. It was simply there when he woke up from a thin, restless sleep, wedged between his threadbare blanket and the wall, roughly the size of a rugby ball, covered in scales that shifted between deep green and absolute black depending on how the light hit them. Which wasn't much light. Just the thin stripe of gold bleeding under the cupboard door from the hallway. Harry stared at it. It stared back, which was impressive given that it didn't have eyes yet. He should have been frightened. He was aware of this on some vague level. Large unknown objects appearing in your sleeping space were probably things to be frightened of. But instead, what he felt was a low, warm pulling sensation in the center of his chest, like a hook made of sunlight, tugging him forward. He reached out his hand. The moment his small fingers touched the surface of the egg, the scales lit up, not dramatically, not in an explosion of light that would have brought his aunt thundering down the hallway, but softly, quietly, like embers catching breath. Green and gold chasing each other across the shell in lazy spirals. Something inside the egg pushed back against his hand. "Hello," Harry said, because he was 3 and 3-year-olds speak to things. The something inside the egg pushed harder. He felt it in his chest, in that hook and sunlight place, a sensation he would spend years trying to describe and eventually give up on because human language simply doesn't have the right architecture for it. The closest he ever got was this: it felt like remembering something you'd never known. Like recognition without prior knowledge. Like two halves of the same key, finding each other in the dark. The egg cracked. Not all at once, dragons don't hatch the way chickens do, quick and tidy. It took the better part of 2 hours, and Harry sat cross-legged on his blanket the entire time, watching with absolute patience, which was the one thing the cupboard had genuinely taught him. When the last piece of shell fell away, what emerged was roughly the length of Harry's forearm, slick and dark and furious looking, with a ridge of nascent spines running from the flat of its skull down its spine, and eyes that were the exact color of molten copper. It was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. The dragon shook shell fragments off its wings, which were currently folded tight against its body like a letter that hadn't been opened yet. It turned those copper eyes on Harry with an expression that managed, even on a face with no human musculature whatsoever, to communicate something very close to, "Well, there you are." Harry held out his hand again. The dragon stepped onto it, gripping his small fingers with claws that drew tiny beads of blood, and Harry didn't flinch. What happened next happened in a place that wasn't exactly inside Harry's head and wasn't exactly outside it, a sort of anteroom between minds. He felt the dragon's presence flood into that space like heat from an opened oven door. Not words. Not images, exactly. More like impressions. Weight and warmth and a kind of ferocious, uncomplicated joy. The joy of existing. Of having broken free of the shell and found that the world on the other side contained this small warm human with messy dark hair and frightened brave eyes and a magical signature that the dragon read the way a lodestone reads north. "Mine," the dragon said, in the language that wasn't language. "Mine," Harry agreed, in English, which was the only language he had. He named it Ignis that same night, because he had heard the word somewhere, in one of Dudley's discarded books, maybe, or from the television he was never supposed to watch, and it meant fire, and it seemed right. What Harry did not know, and would not know for several years, was that the bond that formed in that cupboard on that October night was not simply a child making friends with a lost exotic pet. Norwegian Ridgebacks were among the most magically complex dragon species in the world, and they bonded rarely, once in a century, perhaps, and only with a human whose magical core resonated at a specific frequency. A frequency associated with something ancient. Something that hadn't been seen since before Hogwarts was founded. The Draconum Dominus bond. The magic of it rewrote Harry Potter's core signature that night as quietly and permanently as a river reshapes stone. Not violently. Not dramatically. Just, inevitably. The problem of keeping a dragon in a cupboard under the stairs was, practically speaking, significant. Harry managed it with the same inventive pragmatism that he applied to all problems imposed on him by his circumstances. Ignis was small for the first few weeks and could be concealed under the blanket during the day. Harry saved food from his meals, which were irregular enough that this required some creativity, and discovered that Ignis would eat anything: bread crusts, the meat from bones Petunia threw away, one memorable occasion a spider the size of Harry's thumb that Ignis caught entirely on his own and seemed enormously pleased about. The magic helped. Harry had always done accidental magic. He'd made his hair grow back overnight when Petunia cut it, had appeared on the school roof when some boys were chasing him, had made the glass of the python's enclosure at the zoo disappear 3 weeks before the egg appeared, though he'd put that one out of his mind because it frightened him. But after Ignis, the accidental magic stopped being accidental. It became responsive. Intentional, even if Harry didn't know the words for what he was doing. He could quiet Ignis's more alarming sounds with a thought. He could wrap a kind of invisible dampening around the cupboard that stopped sound from escaping, not perfectly, not always, but enough. By the time Ignis was 3 months old and beginning to be genuinely hard to conceal, Harry had worked out a system. Vernon and Petunia did not use the cupboard for anything except storage and punishment. The storage was kept on shelves. If Harry arranged himself and Ignis carefully in the back, behind the hanging coats and the broken Hoover, there was space enough. And Ignis, who had his own intelligence about these things, who could feel through the bond what Harry needed, learned quickly to stay still and quiet when footsteps passed the door. This was how Harry learned that love, in its most functional form, was two people, or one person and one dragon, deciding together to make something work. By the time Ignis was 6 months old, Vernon noticed that the garden shed was sometimes warm in the morning. He checked it twice, found nothing, and concluded it was a problem with the pipes. This was because Vernon Dursley's approach to anything he couldn't immediately explain was to declare it someone else's fault and ignore it. The shed, consequently, became Ignis's daytime home. Harry's life, which had been a grey and hungry and deeply unjust thing, became something else entirely. Not easy, never that. The Dursleys remained exactly who they were, and Harry remained the unwanted guest in their home, and the hunger and the cold and the casual cruelty were all still there. But now there was something else too. At night, when the house went quiet, Harry would slip out of the cupboard and cross the garden in his socks and sit in the shed with Ignis's increasingly substantial warmth wrapped around him like a living blanket, and the dragon would press his flat head against Harry's chest and listen to his heartbeat with that absolute focused attention that only dragons and very young children are capable of giving. Harry talked. He talked about everything, about school, where the other children mostly ignored him or followed Dudley's lead in tormenting him, about Mrs. Figg's cats, about the books he'd read in the school library because the library was the one place Dudley and his friends didn't follow. He talked about his parents, who he knew almost nothing about except that they died in a car crash and that he had his mother's eyes, which he'd been told in a tone suggesting it was a character flaw. Ignis listened with copper eyes half closed in that particular expression Harry had learned meant he was paying complete attention. Occasionally he made sounds, low, resonant rumbles that were somewhere between a cat's purr and the sound of distant thunder, that Harry had learned to translate into something resembling conversational responses. Skepticism. Agreement. Interest. Once, when Harry was 6 and crying about something Dudley had done and trying very hard not to be, something Harry could only describe as fury, a vast cold fury aimed entirely at Dudley Desley, and then something warm and deliberate, something that took Harry 3 years to have words for, but that meant, "You are not what they say you are. I know what you are. I was there when the world named you. You're getting too big for the shed," Harry told him, when Ignis was 8 months old and roughly the size of a large Labrador, with a wingspan that could brush both walls simultaneously when extended. Ignis snorted smoke. "I know," Harry said. "It's not ideal." Through the bond, which by now had developed a texture and complexity that Harry had stopped being surprised by, Ignis communicated something that Harry interpreted as, "I know somewhere better." Where? The impression was of sky. Distance. Stone and cool air and freedom. "I can't go with you," Harry said. He was very matter-of-fact about this. "I have school." Ignis communicated what he thought of school with a derisive snort and a small jet of flame that singed the shed wall. "I know," Harry said. "But I still have to go." What they worked out, in the way they worked out everything, through the bond and through time and through the kind of patient problem-solving that necessity forces on you, was a partial separation. Ignis would range, would fly, would hunt. But he would always return. The bond stretched easily over any distance, thin as a wire but unbreakable, and through it Harry always knew where Ignis was and Ignis always knew where Harry was, and that was enough. It was through Ignis, ranging free in the wilder places of Britain, that Harry first began to learn things he had no other way of learning. Because Ignis was not the only dragon in Britain. And dragons, as it turned out, had a great deal to say. Harry was 7 the first time Ignis came back with the unmistakable sense of other dragon clinging to his scales. He was in the shed, it was a Saturday, Petunia had sent him to weed the garden and he'd finished early and retreated to his usual post, and Ignis landed with more drama than usual, wings backswept, looking insufferably pleased with himself in the way that communicated some kind of achievement. "You met someone," Harry said. "Pride and something else, something more complicated, almost ceremonial." "Another dragon?" Ignis's posture changed. It was subtle, but Harry had learned to read dragon body language the way some children learn to read their parents' moods, as a survival skill and also as a language of love. What Ignis was doing right now was, presenting himself. Drawing himself up to his not inconsiderable full height. Spreading his wings slightly. "What happened?" Harry asked. What came through the bond was a sequence of impressions that took Harry 10 minutes to fully parse and another week to really understand. Another dragon, older, much larger, a Welsh green if Harry was reading the sense of her correctly, had encountered Ignis in the mountains of Snowdonia. And Ignis had done something. Harry wasn't sure exactly what. But the result, communicated in that language of impressions and emotion, was that the Welsh green had looked at Ignis, and seen something in him, some mark, some quality, and she had lowered her head. Not to Ignis. Through Ignis, to the bond's other end. To Harry. "She bowed to me," Harry said. He was genuinely baffled. Why? Ignis communicated the dragon equivalent of "isn't it obvious," which was less helpful than it sounds. It happened again a month later with a Hungarian horntail that Ignis encountered somewhere in Romania. Harry felt the contact across the bond like a distant bell, and then that same quality of deference, stronger this time, almost overwhelming in its deliberateness. And again with a Chinese fireball. And again with a Peruvian viper tooth. By the time Harry was 8, Ignis had touched minds, briefly, through Harry's bond, with over 40 different dragons across 6 continents, and every single one of them had responded the same way. Harry didn't know what Draconum Dominus meant. He hadn't read that particular book yet. But he understood, in the practical way he understood most things, what was happening. He was connected to all of them. Not the way he was connected to Ignis. Ignis was his heart's home, a different thing entirely, but there was a thread, thin and faint, between him and every dragon Ignis touched. And through those threads, information traveled. He learned things about magic that no 7-year-old, and frankly most adults, simply did not know. He learned that magic was older than human civilization. He learned that the great magical creatures, dragons, phoenixes, thestrals, had been using it for millions of years before humans stumbled onto it and built their little schools and their little governing bodies and their little rules. He learned, from the cumulative wisdom of creatures who had watched civilizations rise and burn, that power was a simple thing, it was knowing what you were and refusing to pretend you were something less. He learned this from dragons. He applied it to his life. The summer he was 8, Dudley cornered him behind the bins with 2 friends and a superior look, and Harry turned around and looked at him with those green eyes that were suddenly very flat and very still, and Dudley, who was 3 inches taller and 4 stone heavier, stopped. "Don't," Harry said. "One word. No magic. Just the absolute certainty of a person who has spent 5 years in communion with creatures that have never once doubted their own nature." Dudley and his friends left. Harry went back inside and made his own breakfast, which he'd technically been forbidden to do, and ate it at the kitchen table, which he'd technically been forbidden to use, and when Vernon came downstairs and found him there, Vernon opened his mouth, and Harry looked up, and Vernon closed it again. He didn't understand why. He would never understand why. He just felt, suddenly, powerfully, that whatever he'd been about to say was a very bad idea. By the time Harry was 10, the shed could no longer contain Ignis at all. He was now roughly the size of a small car, and growing, and they had moved their base of operations to the woods at the edge of town, which were deep enough and wild enough that a dragon could sleep there during the day without being noticed, especially one that had learned to conceal his heat signature when he slept. This was when Harry started reading seriously. The school library had limited resources on magical subjects, for obvious reasons, but Harry had discovered early that if you knew what to look for, they were there. Books about mythology that were not, if you read carefully enough, entirely mythological. Histories of ancient cultures with passages about great serpents and fire beasts that wizards would have recognized immediately. One extraordinary book about Celtic history that contained what Harry eventually realized was a genuine account of a dragon-bonded warrior from the pre-Roman period, though the author seemed to think he was writing allegory. He read everything he could find about dragons. Norwegian Ridgebacks, specifically, and then more broadly, their taxonomy, their behavior, their history, their relationship with the magical world. Most of what he found was inaccurate. He knew this because he had a direct line to the source, and the source occasionally communicated profound contempt for what humans thought they knew about dragons. But there was one phrase that appeared in several texts, always mentioned briefly and then skipped over, as if the authors weren't quite sure what to do with it. Draconum Dominus. Dragon Lord. The term used in medieval magical texts for a human whose bond with a dragon transcended the individual relationship, a bond that connected them to dragonkind as a whole. The texts noted that the last confirmed Draconum Dominus had died approximately 900 years ago. That their power had been considered without parallel in the magical world. That they had been simultaneously revered and feared. That at least 2 of them had never attended any formal school of magic because they had not needed to. Harry read this with interest and filed it away. He turned 11 in the summer, and the letters started arriving. The first letter came on a Tuesday, addressed in green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, and Vernon burned it. The second came the next day. And the next. By Saturday they were arriving in dozens, pushing through every available gap in the house, and Vernon's response to this escalated through the stages of denial and into something approaching madness. They drove to a rock in the middle of the sea, which Harry found somewhat excessive. He sat on the floor of the hut in the middle of the storm and felt Ignis, ranging somewhere over the Atlantic, brush against the bond with something that read very much like, "Finally." "I know," Harry said quietly. At exactly midnight, the door of the hut came off its hinges. The man who filled the doorway was roughly the size of a wardrobe and had hair like a weather event. He held a slightly bent pink umbrella in one massive hand. His eyes, when they found Harry in the dim light, went wet immediately. "Harry," he said. "Last time I saw ya, we're just a baby. I'm Hagrid, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper o' keys and grounds at Hogwarts. He paused to hand Dudley a tale he'd apparently produced from nowhere, which Harry filed away as interesting. "I've come ter take ye to buy your school things, Harry. Ye've been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Vernon tried to object. Hagrid informed him that Harry was a wizard, that his parents had been a witch and wizard, and that magic was real. Harry listened to all of this politely. "I know," Harry said, when Hagrid was finished. Hagrid blinked. "Yeah, you know. Most of it. Not all the specifics." Harry looked at him steadily. "I've known about magic since I was 3. Since ye were, how?" "I'll explain on the way," Harry said. He was already standing, already pulling on his shoes. He had, in fact, been ready for this for approximately 3 years. "I should warn you about something first, though." "Oh." Hagrid said, cautious now. "There's someone who'll want to come with us." Harry paused. "He's large." "How large?" "Relative to what?" Hagrid took a slow, careful look at the small, calm, green-eyed boy in front of him, the boy who was supposed to be traumatized and ignorant and overwhelmed, and who was instead sitting on the floor looking at him with the patient expression of someone who has been managing complicated situations for years, and felt, for the first time in a while, genuinely unsettled. "Relative to, say, a house," Hagrid said. "Smaller than a house," Harry said, which was true, though barely. "He'll stay out of sight. He's good at that." He hesitated. "His name is Ignis." That's a dragon's name, that is," Hagrid said slowly. "Yes," Harry said. A very long pause. "Harry," Hagrid said carefully, "do ye have a dragon?" "No," Harry said. He picked up his jacket, the one item of clothing he actually owned, as opposed to the enormous cast-offs of Dudley's that hung off him like tents. "Ignis has me." He looked up at Hagrid with those flat, serious, green eyes. "There's a difference. I'll explain that too." Outside, at a distance that was just beyond the hut, in the darkness where the sea met the storm-grey sky, something vast shifted position. Something that had copper eyes and a wingspan wide enough to cast a shadow over the entire island. Something that turned its head in the direction of Harry's voice and made a sound, very low, that the sea absorbed completely, a sound that was equal parts greeting and warning and mine. Harry felt it through the bond and smiled. It was a small smile, but it was real, and it was one of the rare ones. Hagrid, who was looking at the dark water and feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand up in a way they hadn't since he was an actual student at Hogwarts, said, very quietly, "Blimey. Ready?" Harry said. Yeah," Hagrid said. "Yeah, I reckon I am." They went out into the storm, the enormous man with his pink umbrella and the small boy with his jacket and his quiet certainty, and somewhere in the dark water above them a shape the size of a boat lifted silently on the wind and followed at exactly the distance that let it keep Harry in sight without being seen. As it happened, on this particular night, a small boat leaving a rock in the middle of the sea was not the strangest thing in the waters off the coast of England. But it was close. On the boat, with the rain hammering the tarpaulin and Hagrid producing, seemingly from pockets that violated basic geometry, hot tea and a somewhat damaged birthday cake, Harry told his story. He told it plainly, without drama, the way he told most things. The egg. The hatching. The bond. The years of the shed and the woods. The other dragons. What he'd read, and how much of it was wrong. Hagrid sat across from him and listened, and his expression went through about 15 distinct phases over the course of an hour, including wonder, horror at what the Dursleys had clearly failed to protect Harry from, deep discomfort about the legal status of the situation, and finally something that settled into a kind of awed helplessness. "You're a Draconum Dominus," Hagrid said at last, very quietly. "D'ya know what that is?" "I found the term," Harry said. "Most of what's written about it is incomplete. There hasn't been one in, I mean, Merlin's beard, Harry." Hagrid ran one enormous hand through his hair. This is, Dumbledore needs to know about this. I assumed someone would. He's going to, I don't know how he'll, Hagrid stopped. Started again. Professor Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts. He's the one who placed you with your aunt and uncle. He's a very great wizard, Harry. And he cares about you. You should know that. Harry looked at the rain. He placed me with people who locked me in a cupboard. The blunt flatness of the statement dropped into the boat like a stone into still water. Hagrid looked stricken in a way that went all the way to his bones. Harry, I'm not angry about it, Harry said. Which was not quite true and was also not quite false. It's done. But I want you to understand something. He looked at Hagrid directly. I'm going to Hogwarts because I want to. Because there are things to learn there that are worth learning. Not because anyone has decided I should go. Not because of any plan anyone has for me. Mine. Hagrid stared at him. You're 11, he said, but it came out more like a question. I know, Harry said. Right, Hagrid said. And then, because he was Hagrid and his heart was as big as the rest of him, he added, well. I'll tell ya everything I can tell ya about the wizarding world, then, and ya can tell me if any of it's wrong, and we'll call it even. Harry almost smiled again. This one reached his eyes. Deal. Also, Hagrid said carefully, I have to ask. The dragon, Ignis, where's he now? Harry tilted his head slightly, in the way he did when he was reading the bond. About 40 feet above us. Riding the wind. Hagrid looked up at the tarpaulin ceiling. Looked back at Harry. Looked up again. He's quiet, Hagrid said, with the tone of a man trying to find solid ground. He's well behaved when he wants to be. And when he doesn't want to be. Harry considered. He once incinerated a sheep in Dorset because it startled him. Right, Hagrid said again. He poured himself more tea. Harry had the sense this was a man who was going to need a great deal of tea over the next several years. Right, then. Let me tell ya about Diagon Alley. They arrived at the mainland as the sun was coming up, painting the horizon the color of fire. Harry stood at the bow of the boat and watched it and felt Ignis settle on a cliff above the harbor, folding his wings in, his copper eyes on the horizon too, two beings watching the same sunrise from different heights. Harry was going to school. He was going to meet the wizarding world, which had apparently known about him his whole life without bothering to actually check if he was all right. He was going to navigate a whole new set of social structures and power hierarchies and people who had ideas about who he was supposed to be. He reached through the bond, found Ignis, and felt in return the absolute steady warmth of an anchor. There. Always there. No matter how strange the next year got. Harry breathed out. Right, he said, to himself, to the sunrise, to the dragon on the cliff above him. Let's see what all this is about. The sun finished rising. Ignis spread his wings once against the new light, a vast, instinctive greeting, wings so wide they cast a shadow on the harbor water below, and then folded them again. Harry picked up his jacket and went to find Hagrid. The wizarding world had no idea what was coming. Chapter 2, The Boy Who Flew. Diagon Alley smelled like magic. That was the only way Harry could describe it, not a specific smell, not incense or metal or the dusty pages of old books, though all of those were present. It smelled like potential. Like the air before lightning. He stepped through the brick archway Hagrid had opened with 3 taps of his pink umbrella and felt the hair on his arms stand up and the bond with Ignis pulse with something that wasn't quite emotion and wasn't quite information, more like a vibration, the world recognizing him, or him recognizing the world. Hard to tell the difference sometimes. The alley was brilliant in the August morning. Witches and wizards in robes of every color pressed past each other on the cobblestones. An owl flew overhead. A boy about Harry's age was pressed against a shop window, staring at a broomstick with the exact expression Harry had once seen on Dudley seeing a new video game. A cart of cauldrons clanged past, steered by a goblin who looked like he deeply resented being there. Harry walked through all of it and looked at everything with those quiet, taking-in eyes, and said very little, and missed nothing. "Gringotts first," Hagrid announced, steering them toward a gleaming white building at the far end of the alley. "Your family's got a vault there. Money your parents left." "Do I have a family vault or a personal vault?" Hagrid looked surprised to be asked. "Both, I expect." The Potters were, well, they were important people, Harry. "Old family. Lots of history." "What kind of history?" Well, Hagrid seemed to be choosing his words with care. "They were a good family. Respected. Not the kind that thinks they're better than everyone else on account of their blood, like some. Good people. Your dad was, he was a character, James was. And your mum," he stopped. His voice had gone thick. "Your mum was one of the finest people I ever met." Harry filed this away. He'd been filing things about his parents for 8 years, in the absence of anyone who'd bothered to tell him much, and he didn't push. He'd learned early that information arrived on its own schedule, and pushing rarely accelerated it. The steps up to Gringotts were guarded by goblins in scarlet and gold, who looked at them both with the evaluating gaze of creatures who dealt in real value and had little patience for anything else. Harry met their eyes steadily. He'd learned long ago that the correct response to being assessed was to simply be what you were and let them decide, and held the door as Hagrid went through. The interior of Gringotts was vast and marble and loud. Hundreds of goblins behind their high counters, the scratch of quills and the clink of gold, voices in a dozen languages. Hagrid approached one of the counters, produced letters from Dumbledore, explained the situation. The goblin, whose name tag said Griphook, looked at the letters, looked at Hagrid, and then looked at Harry. His gaze was sharp, specific, and very different from his expression a moment before. He looked for a long moment. Then he said something Harry didn't catch, quietly, in a language that wasn't English, something short and clipped. The goblin beside him looked up. Then the one beside that one. The word traveled down the row of counters like a ripple in water, and with it, a change in the room's quality. Harry couldn't have explained how, but it was as if the air pressure shifted slightly. One by one, the goblins turned to look at him. "What's happening?" Hagrid muttered. "I'm not certain," Harry said, though he had a suspicion. Griphook descended from behind his counter. He was a goblin, so he came up to approximately Harry's shoulder, but he carried himself with the complete self-possession of a creature who understood that height and stature are not the same thing. He stopped in front of Harry and looked at him with eyes that were dark and old and very, very sharp. "Draconum Dominus," he said. It wasn't a question. "I think so," Harry said. "I'm still learning what it means exactly." "We know what it means," Griphook said. His voice was measured and precise. "Gringotts has been waiting for one to manifest for 700 years. Has something been held in trust?" A fractional pause, the kind that in a goblin's face meant genuine surprise. "Yes. Your family vault contains certain items that were magically sealed until a Draconum Dominus of Potter lineage presented themselves." "Potter lineage," Harry repeated. "My family's done this before. Ignotus Peveril on your mother's side bonded with a common Welsh at age 16. It was a partial bond, significant, but not the Dominus level. Still, it set a bloodline predisposition." Griphook looked him over, top to bottom, with a professional thoroughness. "You bonded at 3. With a Norwegian Ridgeback." Something that wasn't quite a smile. Goblins didn't really smile, they did something more economical with their faces, crossed Griphook's expression. "At age 3. With a Ridgeback." He turned and began walking toward the vault carts without further preamble. "Come." Behind him, as if on signal, every goblin in the bank inclined their head as Harry passed. It was brief. Subtle. Not the sweeping bow of Hollywood fantasy or the elaborate ceremonies of human courts. Just a moment of deliberate acknowledgement, from creatures who gave acknowledgement to almost nothing and no one. It was the goblin equivalent of a standing ovation, and it said more about what Draconum Dominus actually meant than anything Harry had yet read. Hagrid, watching this, looked like he needed to sit down. "Hagrid," Harry said quietly as they climbed into the cart. "Yeah," Hagrid said. "Whatever Dumbledore knows about me, or thinks he knows, tell him about this. All of it. I'd rather not have misunderstandings." "Right," Hagrid said. The cart began to move, picking up speed with alarming enthusiasm. Yeah. Yeah. The Potter vault was deep in the mountain, 3 levels below the regular family vaults, in a section Harry hadn't known existed. Griphook opened it with a key that looked like a dragon's rib, which Harry thought might be literal, and the doors swung open to reveal something that took Harry a moment to fully comprehend. Not just gold, though there was plenty of that. But a library. Shelves cut directly into the stone walls, lined with hundreds of volumes, not modern printed books but hand-copied manuscripts, leather-bound in dragon hide of various colors and ages. In the center of the vault, on a stone pedestal, sat a sword in its sheath, and on the crossguard was a relief-carved dragon so detailed that it looked like it might move. And in the far corner, under a preservation charm that kept it still and whole, was a tapestry. The Potter family tree, going back, Harry looked at it, going back to the 11th century, and worked through it in names and dates until he found what he was looking for, near the beginning, close to the root. A name with a small symbol next to it that recurred, less frequently, down through the generations. A dragon in profile, very small, very precise. "How much time do I have in here?" Harry asked Griphook. "As much as you require." Harry looked at the library. At the tapestry. At the sword, which was vibrating very slightly in its sheath, which he was going to think about later. "I'll be back," he said. "Today I'll take what I need for school and leave the rest." He spent 10 minutes selecting 3 books from the shelves, 2 on the Draconum Dominus title and one that appeared to be a personal journal, dated in the 1400s, bearing a name he recognized from the tapestry. He took a moderate amount of gold for school expenses. He paused at the sword. "Does it have a name?" he asked Griphook. "Dracontius," Griphook said. "Forged in dragon fire by goblin smiths in the 13th century. Presented to the last confirmed Draconum Dominus of record as a formal instrument of," he paused, seeming to select his words. "Authority." Harry reached out and touched the hilt. The sword rang like a bell, a pure clear note that filled the vault, and the bond with Ignis surged with recognition so strong Harry had to take a step back. Ignis, somewhere in the mountains above London, snapped his head up from wherever he'd been sleeping and his copper eyes went wide and luminous. "I'll leave it for now," Harry said, when he could speak. His voice was steady. His hand was not shaking. He was proud of this. "As you wish," Griphook said. The rest of Diagon Alley passed in a pleasant blur of new things. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry stood still for the fitting and eavesdropped on a blonde boy in the next fitting space who had a great deal to say about blood status, broomstick models, and his own importance. Harry assessed him in the way Ignis had taught him, the way you assessed a young dragon showing off, all noise and posture, and concluded he was probably clever under the performance and genuinely believed everything he was saying, which was a more complicated problem than if he'd been simply stupid. The blonde boy looked at Harry over the fitters' heads. "You're starting at Hogwarts this year too?" "Yes," Harry said. "What's your name?" "Harry Potter." The blonde boy processed this with an expression that moved through several phases quickly, recognition, calculation, and then a decision about what to do with those. He extended a hand. "Draco Malfoy." Harry shook it. "Nice to meet you." "I'll say," Draco said, which was honest at least. He looked at Harry with eyes that were grey and sharp and assessing. "Everyone's been wondering what you'd be like. And I expected someone who looked more significant," Draco said. Harry smiled, which was the small real one, not the polite one. "Good." Draco blinked. He'd expected, Harry thought, either ego or embarrassment, and neither arrived. He looked briefly wrong-footed, which Harry suspected didn't happen to Draco Malfoy very often. The books, 4 floors of them at flourish and blots, which Harry moved through with the efficiency of someone who had been rationing library time his entire life and intended to make up for lost ground. He added 3 volumes beyond the standard school list, 1 advanced transfiguration text, 1 history of magical creatures that he'd identified as more accurate than most, and 1 thick, difficult book on magical theory that the bookseller had looked surprised to see a first-year pick up. Advanced reading, the bookseller said. I've had time, Harry said. The wand. He had saved this deliberately for last, the way you save the thing you most want because you've been trained by deprivation to not trust good things to last. Ollivander's shop was small and dim and smelled of wood shavings and something else that Harry identified after a moment as very concentrated magic, the same quality the alley had, but denser, purer. Mr. Ollivander materialized from the shadows in the way of a man who had been in his shop long enough to become part of it, and he looked at Harry with eyes that were large and pale and noticed everything. Harry Potter, he said. I wondered when I'd see you. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. The old man studied him for a long moment, not the bond, not the title, not the fame. Just looking. The way Ignis looked at things when he was genuinely thinking. Give me your wand hand, he said. Harry extended his right hand. Ollivander measured it with a tape measure that moved on its own. Then he began pulling boxes. The first 10 wands went quickly, none of them right, producing nothing or small sparks or, in one case, a wind that blew everything off the nearest shelf and seemed actively annoyed about it. Harry tried each one patiently, feeling through the bond at the same time, because Ignis was sending a steady stream of, not quite opinions, but reactions. Warm for some. Cold for others. Nothing strong. Unusual, Ollivander muttered, between wands. Very unusual. I wonder, he went further back into the shelves. Returned with a box that was older than the others, dustier. I've been keeping this one for a specific customer, though I confess I didn't know quite who. Holly, 11 inches, flexible, phoenix feather core. He paused. The phoenix, interestingly, also contributed a feather to another wand. The wand that gave you that scar. The wand that killed my parents, Harry said evenly. Yes. Ollivander watched him carefully. Are you all right with trying it? It's a wand. Give it here. He took it, and, not the surge of warmth and light that the books described, the golden sparks, the music. What Harry felt when he picked up the wand was more like the sword in the vault, recognition, vast and immediate, the bond flaring up in response, Ignis on his clifftop somewhere above London throwing back his head and making a sound that sent birds scattering for a mile in every direction. The wand didn't spark. The air in the whole shop warmed several degrees. Every box on every shelf shifted slightly, as if settling. Ollivander was very still. Brothers, he said quietly. Your wand and he who must not be named's wand are brothers. Made from feathers of the same phoenix. He paused. But yours is different now. Can you feel it? Harry felt through the wand, the way he felt through the bond. There was the phoenix feather at the core, warm and ancient, and there was something else, something that had changed the moment Harry touched it. A layering. Like a dragon's presence woven into the magic at the wand's heart, very faint but definite. Yes, Harry said. In all my years, Ollivander said, not quite to himself, I have never seen a wand change its nature at acceptance. The magic goes both ways. He looked at Harry with those pale eyes. You are something genuinely unprecedented, Mr. Potter. So I've been told, Harry said. 7 galleons, you said. The Hogwarts Express left on September 1st from platform 9 3/4, which Harry found by simply watching the family ahead of him walk into a solid barrier and following their example, which was really just physics taken on faith. He found a compartment near the back of the train. There was a strategy to compartment selection, which was the same strategy as most things, go where others don't, give yourself room, and settled in with his books and his thoughts. The bond stretched north as he moved, thin and clear. Ignis was following the train from altitude, gliding on thermals. Harry could feel the wind under his wings translated through the bond into something close to joy. The door of his compartment slid open. A girl with very large hair and a great many books looked in. She was wearing robes already and had an expression of someone who had been trying very hard to do everything right and was not entirely sure she was succeeding. She said, with the careful diction of someone who'd been practicing, "Everywhere else is full or has already formed groups. Do you mind if I sit here?" "Sit down," Harry said. She sat down and arranged her things with efficient precision and then looked at his book. "That's not on the first-year list." "No. It's a third-year text. The Advanced Magical Theory volume." "Yes." She looked at him with narrow eyes and the expression of someone recalibrating. "Have you read it already or are you just starting it?" "Starting it. Though I've read the earlier GAMP text this is a response to, so I have some context." A pause. "Then, I'm Hermione Granger. My parents are dentists. I got my letter 2 months ago and I've read all the textbooks twice already and done additional research on most of the practical subjects." "Harry Potter," Harry said. "I've been doing informal magical study since I was about 6. Her eyes had gone very wide at his name. She processed the name, the informal study comment, and the advanced textbook in rapid sequence and visibly decided that these were more interesting than being starstruck. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. I assume there's only one. What kind of informal study? There's hardly any way to study magic outside of Hogwarts. The restriction on underage wizardry doesn't apply to innate magic, Harry said. Only to intentional wand use. There's a distinction in the original 1875 legislation that most people miss." He paused. "Also I didn't have a wand until yesterday." "Then how did you?" She stopped. "Sorry. I'm being rude. I ask too many questions. I've been told." "Ask them," Harry said. "Questions are fine." She looked at him again with that assessing look that Harry already knew he was going to like. "You're not what I expected." "Good," Harry said, for the second time that day. Before she could respond, the compartment door slid open again, admitting a tall, freckled boy with an expression of slightly stunned excitement and a smear of something that might have been dirt or might have been chocolate on his nose. He looked between them. "Any room?" "Everywhere else is actually properly full now. Sit," Harry said. "Cheers," the boy said, dropping into the seat across from Hermione and extending a hand. "Ron Weasley. Hermione Granger." She shook it precisely. Then, getting it out of the way, "And this is Harry Potter." Ron's expression was briefly wonderful in its complexity. "Really?" "Really," Harry said. "Right. Cool." Ron made a genuine effort, Harry noticed, not to stare. It lasted about 15 seconds. "I can see the scar." "Sorry." "Can I? I mean, everyone always wants to." "It's fine," Harry said, and pushed his fringe back so Ron could see it. The lightning bolt scar sat on his forehead, silver white against the skin. Ron looked, nodded, looked satisfied that reality matched expectation, and settled back. "My brothers said you'd probably be, I mean, they all have ideas about what the boy who lived is going to be like." "What ideas?" "Fred and George reckon you'll be funny. Percy says you'll be insufferably famous. Bill says you'll be brilliant. Charlie reckons you'll be mad." Harry considered. "I like Charlie's assessment best." Ron grinned, and it was an excellent grin, the kind that didn't have any agenda behind it, just a person who thought something was genuinely funny. Harry decided quite simply that he liked Ron Weasley. "Why Charlie's?" Hermione asked. Harry felt the bond, Ignis gliding easy and free thousands of feet above the train, riding the warm air rising off the Scottish hills, watching the landscape change below him with those copper eyes. "Tell me something about dragons," Harry said. Ron blinked. Like, what? Whatever you know. Well, Ron sat up straighter. The way he did, Harry would learn, whenever he actually knew something. My brother Charlie studies them. He's in Romania. He says, people think they're just dangerous animals but they've got this whole social structure, and the Norwegian Ridgeback especially, Charlie says. He paused. This is random, what's your point? Charlie's right, Harry said. They're not just dangerous animals. How would you? Ron stopped. Started again. Have you met a dragon? His name is Ignis, Harry said. He's currently about 2,000 feet above the train, enjoying the thermals off the cairngorms. The compartment went very quiet. Outside, the hills were green and wild, and the afternoon light was beginning to angle long and golden through the windows, and somewhere in the vast sky above a Norwegian Ridgeback was gliding, copper-eyed, mapping the world below through a bond that ran straight to Harry's chest. Okay, Ron said, very carefully. Tell us everything. So Harry did. It took most of the rest of the journey. Hermione asked 47 questions, which Harry answered as thoroughly as he could and deflected the ones he didn't want to answer yet with the smooth ease of someone who'd been managing information his whole life. Ron made several excellently well-placed interruptions that kept the conversation grounded when Hermione's questions threatened to make it purely academic. Harry found himself talking in a way he hadn't before, not from necessity, not to manage a situation, just because these two people were listening in exactly the right way. By the time the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station and the rain started, they had covered the bond, the basics of the Draconum Dominus title, the events at Gringotts, Ollivander's wand shop, and Harry's fairly extensive self-taught magical education. He had not, notably, mentioned the sword in the vault. That felt like something for later. So every dragon in the world, Hermione was still processing as they climbed out onto the platform. Not every one. The ones Ignis has touched. Which is quite a few now. And they just bow to you. They recognize the bond. It's not really bowing, it's more, Harry searched for the word. Acknowledgement. They know what I am. What are you? Ron asked, and it came out genuinely curious, not demanding. Harry looked up at the rain and the dark sky and felt, through the bond, Ignis finding a mountain to the north to settle on. He wouldn't come into the valley, not tonight, not without Harry's signal. Patient and close. Working on it, Harry said. The boats across the lake. The castle, rising dark and enormous from the hillside. Harry looked at it with the practical eye of someone who'd been sleeping in sheds and cupboards and who immediately identified it as a building with excellent defensive positioning, terrible heating, and enough hidden spaces to conceal most things, including probably a dragon, in an emergency. The great hall, with its ceiling charmed to show the cloudy night sky, and the 1,000 floating candles, and the 4 long house tables, and the staff table at the far end where 12 professors sat and watched the first years file in. Harry looked down the staff table. An older man in the center, with a half-moon spectacles and a silver beard and the eyes of someone accustomed to seeing farther than most people looked. He was watching Harry with an expression that Harry could only describe as complicated, recognition and calculation and something that might have been genuine emotion under both. So. Dumbledore. Harry met his eyes without dropping them first. Didn't blink. Just looked, steady and direct, the same way he'd looked at Vernon Dursley that morning when he was 8 and decided, without drama, that Vernon Dursley was going to find him significantly harder to intimidate than he'd expected. Dumbledore, to his credit, smiled. Genuine, Harry thought, but also measuring. Measuring me, Harry thought. Interesting. I was measuring him first. He swept his gaze along the rest of the staff. A woman with sharp eyes and an emerald robe and the posture of someone who had been teaching for a very long time and maintained extremely high standards. A man with a purple turban who kept glancing at Harry with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read but didn't like, too eager, somehow, the eagerness slightly off. Several others, less immediately notable. Then the sorting hat. The hat sang its song, which was entertaining and more self-aware than Harry had expected from a hat, and then Professor McGonagall, the woman in emerald, whose name Harry had read and matched to the face, began calling names. Granger, Hermione. Hermione marched up with the determined expression of someone who has decided to be brave and will not be talked out of it. The hat sat on her head for less than a minute. Gryffindor. Hermione pumped her fist, slightly, before catching herself and walking to the Gryffindor table with her chin up. Malfoy, Draco. Draco walked up with the ease of someone who already knew what was going to happen. The hat touched his head and said, almost immediately, Slytherin. Draco smiled the private smile of a confirmed prediction. Potter, Harry. The hall went quiet. A different quality of quiet than had greeted the other names, a held breath, a collective attention. Harry walked to the stool feeling all of it and letting it slide off him the way rain slides off dragon scales, and climbed up and waited for the hat to descend over his eyes. It sat on his head. Good Lord, the hat said, in the tone of a piece of enchanted headwear that has sorted 11,000 students and is genuinely encountering something new. Hello, Harry said. He didn't have to think about talking to it. He talked to a dragon. A hat was easy. The hat seemed to be collecting itself. You have 4 complete qualities for 4 different houses. I've had students with strong dual house pulls, but you are, all 4, Harry said. Equally, the hat agreed. Which should be impossible. How long have you been, what is this bond? 8 years, Harry said. The dragon made me all of it. Brave enough to bond with a creature that could have killed me. Clever enough to hide it. Loyal enough not to ever consider giving him up. Ambitious enough to build a life out of nothing. The hat was quiet for a moment. Then, where do you want to go? Harry thought about Hermione, who asked every question and would ask better ones with time. Ron, whose loyalty was as natural and uncalculated as breathing. He thought about the blonde boy with the assessing gray eyes who believed in blood and hierarchy and who might, given different circumstances, believe in something worth believing in instead. Put me where I'll be most useful, Harry said. Most useful to whom? Harry smiled, under the hat. Everyone. A pause that felt longer than it was. Gryffindor. The roar that greeted this was the loudest of the evening. Harry took the hat off, handed it back to Professor McGonagall, who was looking at him with an expression he couldn't yet read but would come to know as startled respect, and walked to the Gryffindor table. Hermione immediately moved to make room. Ron, sorted 3 names later, sat next to him with the satisfied air of someone whose instincts had been correct. Dumbledore stood to give his welcome speech. He talked about Hogwarts. About the start of term. About rules regarding the Forbidden Forest and the 3rd-floor corridor, which he described as out of bounds to anyone who does not wish to die a most painful death, which Harry noted was more specific than you'd expect from a routine prohibition. His gaze found Harry's once, during the speech. Harry was already looking. Already thinking about the 3rd-floor corridor and what might be down there that required such specific language. The feast appeared on the tables, which was excellent and comprehensive, and Harry ate with the focused appreciation of someone who had not always eaten regularly, and listened to the conversations around him, and planned, and felt Ignis settle into his mountain for the night with the deep contented warmth of a dragon who had followed his person to a new place and found it acceptably safe. For now, Ignis communicated. Very clearly. For now, Harry agreed. After the feast, the portraits, the fat lady, the Gryffindor common room with its crimson and gold and roaring fire, and the dormitory where Harry sat on the bed with the red curtains and pulled out one of the Draconum Dominus books from his trunk and began to read, the other boys getting changed and talking around him, not quite knowing how to approach him. Neville Longbottom, who had a round face and an anxious expression and had lost his toad twice on the train, sat on his bed nearby and watched Harry read for a while and then said, very quietly, "What is it?" "Historical text," Harry said. "From my family vault." "Oh." Neville considered. Were you all right? The sorting? The hat was on your head for longer than almost anyone. Harry looked at him. Neville was watching him with a careful, not unfriendly concern, and Harry thought, this one worries about everyone else. Has probably been doing it his whole life. It was fine, Harry said. It was trying to work something out. Did it manage? Eventually. Neville nodded. Then, I'm glad you're in Gryffindor. Fred and George Weasley told me on the train that they thought you might end up in Slytherin, but I thought you seemed like you belonged here. I'm not really sure I do, but, he stopped, looked embarrassed. Why not? Harry asked. I'm not very brave, Neville said, with the careful honesty of someone who had been told this so many times they'd started to believe it. I'm not particularly clever or, you stayed on a train for 6 hours with your toad escaping repeatedly and didn't give up looking for it, Harry said. You kept going. That's what bravery actually is. Neville stared at him. The honest kind of stare, not starstruck, just genuinely surprised. Get some sleep, Harry said, not unkindly. We've got a lot to do tomorrow. He turned back to his book. The fire crackled. Through the window, far above Hogwarts, a star went behind a cloud and came out the other side, and on a mountain somewhere in the highlands a Norwegian Ridgeback breathed out a slow, satisfied plume of fire that warmed the stone beneath him, copper eyes open to the dark, mapped perfectly to the pulse of a bond that ran south and east to a red-curtained bed in a tower by a lake. Everything was right. Everything was in place. What came next was up to the world. Chapter 3, The Hierarchy of Fire. The thing about Hogwarts that Harry noticed first, before the moving staircases or the talking portraits or the ghosts who phased through walls at breakfast, was that it ran on a social ecosystem as intricate and territorial as any dragon hierarchy he'd observed. The older students staked out their corridors, their tables, their windows in the library. Houses moved in loose formations and watched each other across the great hall like neighboring packs assessing territory. Even within houses, ranks established themselves in the first week with a naturalness that made Harry think of how a new dragon adjusts position in a group, all display and testing and eventual settlement. He watched it with the detached interest of someone who'd been educated by creatures that didn't bother with subtlety. His own position settled faster than anyone seemed to expect, including himself. It started in charms on Wednesday, 2 days into term. Professor Flitwick, small, cheerful, standing on a stack of books to reach the lectern, asked them to attempt the Wingardium Leviosa charm. A simple levitation. First thing they teach, foundation of wand technique. Most of the class waved their wands with varying degrees of panic. A few feathers twitched. Ron's feather shot sideways and hit Seamus in the ear. Hermione's rose to exactly the right height on the third attempt, which Harry had accurately predicted would happen. Harry pointed his wand at the feather, felt the wand's warmth in his hand, that particular warmth that had the dragon-layered quality Ollivander had noted, and thought about what the charm actually was. Not the words, not the wrist motion, but the underlying magical principle. Lift. Intention made specific. The feather rose. Smoothly. Then kept rising until it was at the height of the ceiling, where it hung, perfectly still, defying the slight draft from the windows. Flitwick, who had been moving around the room, stopped beside Harry's desk. He looked at the feather. He looked at Harry. He made a sound that was halfway between a squeak and a thoughtful hum. "Mr. Potter," he said carefully, "could you bring it down?" Harry tilted the wand. The feather descended, slowly, and landed on the desk with a precise softness. "Remarkable," Flitwick said. "Most students take 2 to 3 class periods to achieve that level of control." He tilted his head. "You're doing the intention work before the verbal component. Where did you learn that approach?" "Logic," Harry said. "The words describe the intention, they don't generate it. So if the intention is precise enough, the words are almost secondary." Flitwick was silent for a moment. "That is," he said slowly, "a theoretically correct observation that most Newt students don't arrive at naturally." He looked at Harry over his tiny spectacles. I suspect we'll have some interesting conversations this year, Mr. Potter. Across the aisle, Hermione was looking at Harry with an expression of intense scientific interest. He'd seen that look, he thought, in Griphook's eyes, the look of someone encountering something they want to understand thoroughly. "How did you know that?" she said, under the cover of the next demonstration. 8 years of thinking about magic without a wand, Harry said. When you can't do it practically, you think about what it actually is. She wrote something in the margin of her notes. Harry caught the words preverbal intentionality and felt a warm sort of satisfaction. Defense against the dark arts was a different experience entirely. Professor Quirrell, the man with the purple turban and the nervous stammer and the expression Harry still couldn't quite place, welcomed them to class with a lecture about the importance of being prepared for the dark arts. Harry sat in the front row, which he'd chosen deliberately, and watched Quirrell with the kind of quiet attention that had nothing to do with the content of the lecture. It was Ignis who'd first flagged it. On the first morning, when Harry had been crossing the courtyard from breakfast to his first class, he'd passed within range of Quirrell. The man had been hurrying the other way, head down, turban wobbling, and through the bond there had been an immediate, sharp, unmistakable response. Not fear, Ignis didn't do fear, but the specific bristling alertness that Harry had learned meant, something is wrong with this one. Dragons were extraordinarily sensitive to what might be called magical contamination. They could sense, through whatever mechanism dragons used, which Harry suspected was something older and more fundamental than human magical theory had words for, when magic was being twisted, when a person's magical signature was overlaid or distorted by something else. They used this sense when assessing territory. When determining whether another creature was healthy or sick. When, occasionally, deciding whether something needed to be incinerated. The impression Ignis had sent was of something layered. A person with something on top of them. Something old and damaged and wanting. Harry had filed this away and then watched Quirrell for 2 days before his first arts class, and by the time he sat in the front row, he had a theory. He didn't share it yet. Theories need evidence, and Harry had been educated by creatures that hunted with patience. In class, Quirrell asked them what they knew about protective counterjinxes, basic first-year material, clearly designed to establish baseline knowledge. The class recited things from their textbooks. When it came to Harry, he answered the question and then said, "Can I ask about one of the counterjinxes you didn't mention?" The mirror parry. There's a version in Goshawk's notes that seems theoretically more versatile than what's in the standard text. Quirrell blinked. His stammer briefly intensified. That's a very advanced technique, Mr. Potter. We won't be covering, I'm not asking to cover it in class, Harry said pleasantly. Just curious about the theory. Perhaps you could come and ask me in office hours, Quirrell said, and there was something in his voice, something that Harry caught a edge of, not the stammer but beneath it, something almost calculating, that he stored and examined later. Draco Malfoy, who was in this class and had taken a seat near the back in a way that communicated strategic positioning rather than avoidance, caught Harry's eye as the class filed out. He had a look that said he'd noticed something too. Draco Malfoy, Harry thought, was smarter than he wanted people to know, which was a different kind of smart than being clever. The third week of term, the Owls brought Harry a letter that he hadn't expected. The Ministry of Magic, Office of Magical Creature Registration and Containment. Harry read it over breakfast while Hermione ate toast and read and Ron ate an enormous amount of everything with the focused dedication of someone who took breakfast seriously. Dear Mr. Potter, the letter began, it has come to our attention that you may be in possession of, or have an ongoing relationship with, a Norwegian Ridgeback dragon, an animal listed under paragraph 12 of the Dangerous Creature Registry as an animal whose ownership by private individuals is strictly prohibited. Harry folded the letter, finished his eggs, and went to find McGonagall. She was in her classroom, marking papers with the efficient precision of someone who graded on standards other people hadn't developed yet. She looked up when Harry knocked. Potter. Something I can do for you? He handed her the letter. She read it. Her expression moved through several phases, ending somewhere around the intersection of concern and deep exasperation. Sit down, she said. He sat. Tell me, she said carefully, setting the letter down, exactly what the situation is with the dragon. I've heard various accounts, but I'd rather have it directly from you. So Harry told her. Directly and completely, the same account he'd given on the boat, but more detailed. He told her about the bond, about what Griphook had said, about Ignis's current location in the Highlands. He told her about the other dragons and the network, and about what Norwegian Ridgebacks were capable of and what Ignis specifically was capable of, which was rather more than average. McGonagall listened with her hands folded on her desk and the expression of someone performing very rapid internal recalculation. The Draconum Dominus bond, she said, when he was done. You're certain? Gringotts confirmed it. I've also confirmed it through the Dragon Network independently. And the Ministry letter? Is probably a precursor to more formal action, Harry said. I thought you should know before they escalate. She looked at him for a long moment. You came to me to warn me, not to ask for help. Both, maybe. You could have gone to Professor Dumbledore. I'll go to Professor Dumbledore when I've gathered the relevant information, Harry said. Right now I'm gathering. A pause. Also, I wanted to see how you'd respond. The briefest possible movement at the corner of her mouth. Not quite a smile but the ancestor of one. Cheeky, she said. Sorry. No, you're not. She picked up the letter again. The legal situation is complex. The Draconum Dominus historical precedent predates most current magical law. In point of fact, she paused, as if deciding to share something she'd just decided to share. There is case law from the 1200s that suggests the Draconum Dominus was considered to be outside Ministry jurisdiction as it pertained to dragon relationships. That law has never been officially repealed because it was never officially included in the modern codex. It simply remained. Convenient, Harry said. Isn't it? She set the letter down. I will speak to Professor Dumbledore about the Ministry contact. In the meantime, she looked at him with those sharp eyes. I trust Ignis is not going to visit Hogwarts grounds without prior arrangement. He'll wait for an invitation, Harry said. And then, because she'd been straight with him, he's been on the mountain above the Forbidden Forest 3 times this week. He knows where I am. He's staying well clear. McGonagall absorbed this. The Forbidden Forest, she said carefully, may already be aware of him. The magical creatures there are sensitive. The centaurs sent a message, Harry agreed. Through the Dragon Network. They said, he paused, finding the right translation for something that had arrived as impressions. They acknowledged the bond. And they said the forest was his to hunt in, if he needed it. A long pause. McGonagall looked like someone who had taught for 30 years and had just discovered that a new category existed. The centaurs, she said. Yes. Extended an invitation. Yes. To your dragon. To me, technically. Through Ignis. Harry looked at her levelly. I'm going to have to meet with Dumbledore soon, aren't I? I would strongly suggest it, McGonagall said. Before the Ministry sends something more formal than a letter. Could you arrange it? I'd rather have it be my choice of timing. That look again. Yes, she said. I can arrange it. Tonight, if you're available. I have charms reading to finish, Harry said. But yes, tonight's fine. Dumbledore's office was circular and lined with portraits of previous headmasters, all of whom were either sleeping or pretending to. The office smelled like lemons, which Harry found immediately humanizing. The sorting hat was on its shelf. On a perch near the window, a magnificent phoenix sat, bright gold, tail flame red, regarding Harry with eyes that were ancient in a way that had nothing to do with years. The phoenix looked at Harry. Harry looked at the phoenix. The phoenix made a sound, a single note, high and resonant, and then, with the deliberate grace of a creature that makes choices very precisely, lowered its head in a gesture that managed to be both regal and unmistakable. Harry, who who had been greeted this way by 40-some dragons across 6 continents, inclined his head in return with the same gravity. "Thank you," he said quietly. Behind him, Dumbledore said, from his chair, "Fawkes has not done that for a human in my lifetime." "Hello, Professor," Harry said, turning. Dumbledore's eyes were everything Harry had expected, brilliant blue, twinkling in a way that could be warmth or calculation or both simultaneously, and they were examining him with an intensity that most people probably mistook for grandfatherly affection. Harry sat down without being invited to. Dumbledore looked at that. "Tea?" he offered. "Please," Harry said. Tea was poured. Fawkes settled back on his perch, still watching Harry with that ancient attention. The portraits, Harry noticed, were no longer pretending to sleep. "I've heard a great deal about you in the past 3 weeks, Dumbledore began. From Professor Flitwick, who says you're approaching magical theory in ways he's not seen from a student. From Professor McGonagall, who has just given me a summary of your conversation today. And from Hagrid, who has been somewhat overwhelmed since September 1st. He paused. And from Gringotts, who sent me a formal notification regarding your vault access that contains several very interesting details. I expected they would," Harry said. "You're not surprised by any of this." "I wanted to understand the lay of the land before we spoke," Harry said. "I didn't think it would take very long." Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, the calculation layer reassessing the warmth layer, or possibly the other way around. "Most first years," he said, "are overwhelmed in their first month. I'm not most first years." "No." Dumbledore set down his cup. "Harry. May I speak to you frankly? I'd prefer it. I have known you were a Draconum Dominus since the day Hagrid returned from collecting you," Dumbledore said. "He told me everything, as I'd asked him to. I've been aware of the implications for approximately 5 weeks. He looked at Harry with those eyes. "I placed you with the Dursleys with the intention of keeping you safe. The blood magic in the house, Lily's sacrifice, protected me," Harry said. "I know. And the house wasn't dangerous in the way Voldemort would have been dangerous." He said the name deliberately, felt Dumbledore's slight reaction to it, more complicated than fear, more like grief. "But you didn't check. In 10 years, you didn't check what the situation actually was." The silence that followed this was genuinely uncomfortable, which Harry had expected. "No," Dumbledore said. "I didn't check as often as I should have. I relied on assurances I should have verified." He looked at Harry with something that Harry identified, after a moment, as real emotion, not performance, not strategy. "I am sorry for that, Harry." Harry looked at him for a long moment. He'd thought about this quite a bit. He'd thought about anger, which was one option, and about what it achieved. He'd thought about what Ignis had taught him about grudges. Dragons could hold them for centuries, but only against enemies. Not against people who made mistakes with complicated motives. "I believe you're sorry," Harry said. "And I'd like to move forward. But I need you to understand something, Professor." He kept his voice even. "I'm not what anyone planned for me to be. I'm not a weapon to be shaped. I'm not a symbol to be managed. I'm a person with a bond and a title and 8 years of education that went sideways from everything you might have planned." He looked at the old man steadily. "I will work with you. I'd genuinely like to. But not for you, not under you. With you. As a partner. That's my offer." Another silence. The portraits were not pretending to sleep at all now. Fawkes watched. The fire crackled. Then Dumbledore said, and there was genuine surprise under it, and something that might have been relief, "You're 11 years old." "Functionally I've been managing my own affairs for 5, Harry said. "The title helps." "Indeed." A long pause. "All right, Harry." And then, extraordinarily, the old wizard actually smiled, not the twinkling calculation warmth, but something simpler and more genuine than that. "Partners. With the understanding that I will sometimes know things you don't, and I would like the same grace in return. Agreed, Harry said. On that note, he folded his hands. The third-floor corridor. What's actually down there? Dumbledore blinked, just slightly. Harry waited. Something that needs protecting, Dumbledore said. I'd prefer not to be more specific. Is it the Philosopher's Stone? A proper pause this time. You've been doing research. Nicholas Flamel, Harry said. You've been friends for a century. He's the only known maker of a Philosopher's Stone. Moving it from Gringotts to a heavily protected location at a school suggests something unusual happened. He paused. Something happened at Gringotts around my birthday, didn't it? An attempted break-in. On the very day you visited, yes, Dumbledore said carefully. So you moved it here for safety. Harry tilted his head. But someone knows it's here. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. What makes you say that? Professor Quirrell, Harry said. The silence that followed this one had a different quality, sharper, more significant. Go on, Dumbledore said. Very quietly. His magical signature is layered, Harry said. I don't have the magical sensing ability to be specific about what's on top of it. But the Dragon Network does. I've been gathering information since the first week of term. He paused. Every dragon that's had contact with Voldemort's magic, which includes several that were near Albania during his exile, has the same red on Quirrell. Like recognizes like, apparently. Dumbledore had gone very still. I could be wrong, Harry said. I probably want to verify before we act on it. You're not wrong, Dumbledore said. He sounded, Harry thought, both horrified and somewhat awed. He's been under Voldemort's influence since the summer, I suspected, but I couldn't confirm. He stopped. You've confirmed it through the Dragon Network. The dragons don't lie about this particular thing, Harry said. They have no reason to. He looked at Dumbledore. So what's the plan for the stone? I have multiple layers of protection in place, Dumbledore said. He looked at Harry with new eyes. The calculation layer had changed quality, become more genuine, less strategic. But I suspect you're about to suggest something I haven't considered. I'm going to think about it, Harry said. And I'll come back when I have something specific. He stood. Thank you for the tea, Professor. Harry. Dumbledore stopped him at the door. The ministry letter about your dragon, I figured you'd handle it, Harry said. Given the legal precedent. You found it. McGonagall found it. She's thorough. Dumbledore actually laughed at this, a real laugh, brief and warm. Yes, she is. I'll draft a response to the ministry tomorrow. He paused. Is there anything you need? Resources, access, anything? Harry thought about the sword in the vault. About the library, sealed for 8 centuries. About the word Draconcious and that clear bell tone and Ignis throwing his head back on a London clifftop. Not yet, he said. I'll let you know. The Quidditch tryout was an accident. Harry hadn't intended to end up on a broomstick in the courtyard. He'd walked through on his way from the library to lunch and found a second year leaving a clean sweep carelessly on a bench, and had stopped and looked at it with the speculative interest of someone who'd never been on a broomstick but had spent 8 years feeling what it was like to fly through a dragon's senses. He picked it up. The broom settled in his hand with the uncanny rightness of something designed for a purpose meeting someone with a natural aptitude for that purpose. He got on it. He went up about 30 feet in 10 seconds, which surprised him somewhat. Through the bond he felt Ignis's immediate and undisguised delight. His person was in the air, finally, and he leaned forward and the broom shot horizontal across the courtyard with a speed that turned several heads below. Hooch found him. She was the flying instructor, leather jacket, yellow eyes that matched her voice, sharp and experienced. She stood below with her hands on her hips and her head tilted up. Potter. Down. Now. He brought the broom down smoothly, landing next to her with the same easy control. "How long have you been on a broom?" she demanded. "About 4 minutes," Harry said. She stared at him. "That is not, no. That's not possible." "I have an external reference point for flight," Harry said. "The mechanics translate reasonably well." Hooch opened her mouth, closed it, and pointed at the broom with an expression of someone who has just seen a physics violation and is deciding how to respond to it. "That's a clean sweep 7. It's not a training broom. Most first years would be fighting it." "It's fine," Harry said. He looked up. "Can I go again?" She stopped. She was a professional in the presence of something professionally significant. "I'm telling McGonagall," she said, already walking. "Don't go anywhere." McGonagall was Gryffindor's head of house. She was also, as Harry had learned, quietly fanatical about Quidditch. She appeared in the courtyard approximately 3 minutes later, watched Harry take the clean sweep up to 100 feet, perform a controlled dive, pull out at 20 feet above the cobblestones and land on a flagstone with the precision of a bird finding its branch, and said, with more feeling than Harry had heard from her, "Good Lord. I'd like to try a Nimbus," Harry said. "If there's one available. I want to see the difference." "The team's Nimbus 2000s are in the Quidditch locker room," McGonagall said, still looking at him. "I'll arrange for you to use one." She paused. "You're going on the team." "I'm 11. I thought first years. I'll talk to Dumbledore," McGonagall said, in the tone of someone who has made a decision and does not expect it to be significantly challenged. "I'd rather make the team properly," Harry said. "In a tryout. Next year." She looked at him. "You're declining a spot." "I'm saying I'd rather earn it," Harry said. "I'll practice this year and try out next year when I'm actually eligible." McGonagall looked at him with an expression that had moved entirely past startled respect and arrived somewhere new, something that Harry thought was closer to genuine affection than she probably intended. "As you like," she said, very precisely. "However, the position of Seeker on the Gryffindor team is yours next year. I will consider this a verbal commitment." "Deal," Harry said. He returned the clean sweep and went to lunch and didn't mention it to anyone except Ron, who said, "You could have been the youngest Quidditch player in a century and you just declined." "I want to earn it," Harry said. Ron stopped. Started again. "That's either very noble or very stupid." "Probably both," Harry said, taking a bread roll. "More pumpkin juice." The dragon came to the forest on a Saturday night in October. Harry had arranged it. He'd gone to Dumbledore and explained what he wanted. Ignis needed to be closer, needed to not be sleeping on a mountain 2 days' flight north, needed to have a proper base of operations. The Forbidden Forest was, nominally, forbidden. It was also, nominally, under the headmaster's authority. Dumbledore had thought about this for exactly 1 day and then said, "I'll speak to Aragog and the Centaurs." "They've already agreed," Harry said. "Of course they have," Dumbledore said, and poured himself more tea. The night Ignis came, Harry slipped out of the castle under the pretense of needing air and stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest and sent through the bond the clear, unmistakable signal that meant, "Come now. It's safe. Come home." In the sky above the forest, something enormous dropped out of the cloud layer. Ignis had grown in the 4 months since Hagrid had come to the rock. He was now, Harry tried to estimate, and gave up on human scale, roughly 3 times the size of a large horse, with the ridge of spines now fully developed, and a wingspan that blotted out a substantial section of the star field when he spread them. He came down in a silence that was, for a creature his size, genuinely remarkable. Dragons could move quietly when they chose, and Ignis chose, because Harry was here and the castle was full of people and Ignis had learned patience. He landed in the clearing at the forest's edge with a controlled impact that still shook the ground slightly. Then he looked at Harry. Harry walked to him. Ignis dropped his head, and Harry put both hands on the flat of his skull and the bond opened up full, Not the thin wire connection of distance but the complete, overwhelming thing. It was up close, and what came through it was 8 years of loyalty and certainty and the absolute uncomplicated joy of a dragon who has been following his person at altitude for months and is now, at last, here. Harry stood there with his hands on his dragon's head in the dark at the edge of the forbidden forest and felt, for the first time in a long time, entirely complete. "I know," he said. "I know. I'm glad you're here too." Ignis made a sound that vibrated up through Harry's hands and into his chest and that translated, in the Bond's wordless language, to something like, "Now. We begin properly." "Yes," Harry said. The forbidden forest accepted its new resident with the silence of something very old making room for something older. Somewhere in the trees, the centaurs watched, and then turned away to resume their study of the stars, which were speaking of significant things. Tomorrow was the beginning of something. Chapter 4, The depth beneath the stone. November in Scotland was cold enough to have a personality. It settled over Hogwarts with a grey, purposeful weight, pulling steam off the lake in the mornings and making the corridors feel like the inside of a stone, which they were, but it was different somehow, in November. Harry wore his school robes and didn't bother with additional layers. He'd spent too many years in a shed with a young dragon's warmth to be particularly troubled by cold. What was troubling him was Quirrell. Not in the personal sense, Quirrell didn't frighten Harry, couldn't, the same way that any creature you've correctly identified can't startle you anymore. The troubling part was the why of it. Voldemort, because that was what was on Quirrell. Harry had no doubt of that now, confirmed through 3 separate Dragon Network contacts with creatures who'd been in Albania when the Dark Lord was at his weakest, who knew his magical signature the way prey knows a predator, was in Hogwarts. Wearing a professor. Using that professor to make attempts on the Philosopher's Stone that had been, so far, unsuccessful. Harry knew the rough layout of the protections on the stone. He'd gathered this from Quirrell's own behavior, the specific corridors he avoided, the specific doors he lingered near, the particular questions he'd been observed asking other staff members with the careful casualness of someone who thought no one was watching. Harry was always watching. He shared everything with Hermione and Ron the way he shared most things now, directly and completely. They'd become his counsel, not his followers, which was a distinction that mattered. Hermione organized the information. Ron tested his logic. Ron was better at catching the holes in reasoning than anyone Harry had met, because Ron played chess, and chess was organized thinking disguised as combat. So, Hermione said on a Saturday in November, with Harry's note spread across the table in the corner of the library that they'd adopted as their territory, Quirrell has made at least 2 separate attempts on the stone's protections. Neither worked. He's stuck on one of the layers. The one with the keys, Harry said. I think. You think, Ron said. How do you think when you have a dragon telling you things? The Dragon Network isn't perfect, Harry said. It tells me what Quirrell's magical signature is doing, the emotional texture of it, not specific facts. He's frustrated. He's been frustrated for 3 weeks. That means something's blocking him. Right, Ron said. And you're absolutely certain it's the stone and not, it's the stone, Harry said. When I met with Dumbledore, he paused. He confirmed it without quite saying so. Everything else fits. We should tell him, Hermione said immediately. Tell him what, specifically? Harry said. That Quirrell is possessed by Voldemort. He already suspects it. He told me he'd been suspicious since the summer. He turned his quill in his fingers. What I don't know is why Dumbledore isn't acting on it. Which means there's something I'm missing. Maybe he can't, Ron said. If he acts openly, Voldemort, you know who, leaves Quirrell before they can do anything about him. And then they've got nothing. The possession ends, Quirrell claims no knowledge, and Voldemort goes free. Harry and Hermione both looked at Ron. What? Ron said. Chess. You don't capture the piece that's about to reveal the other player's strategy. You wait. That's good, Hermione said, with a tone of someone who was revising her assessment of a person. I know, Ron said, mildly. Dumbledore's waiting for Quirrell to make a decisive move, Harry said, following the thread. A move that would expose him enough that action can be taken. He paused. Which means the stone is the bait, not the target. He put the stone there on purpose, Hermione said slowly. To lure him. Yes. This whole school year might be, not planned exactly, but accepted. Used. Harry leaned back in his chair. Which means the protections are meant to be penetrable. Eventually. Just not immediately. And what happens when Quirrell gets through? Ron said. He faces the last protection, presumably. The one Dumbledore set himself. Harry was thinking hard. But Voldemort doesn't need the stone itself to reconstitute, he needs to use it. Use a philosopher's stone in a disembodied state, while possessing someone, that would require specific knowledge and specific ritual conditions. You've been reading ahead, Hermione said, with the tone of someone who thinks they're the only one who does this. I have a library in my family vault, Harry said. Some of the volumes predate Hogwarts. He paused. Point is, the window between Quirrell getting the stone and Voldemort being able to use it isn't instantaneous. There's time. If we know when Quirrell makes his final move, we can be there, Ron said. We can be there, Harry agreed. This is extremely illegal, Hermione said. And dangerous. And completely against every rule. Yes, Harry said. Hermione looked at him. Then at her notes. Then at the ceiling, which was very high and very old and had heard similar conversations over the centuries, probably. The rules are made for situations they anticipate, she said finally, with the tone of someone committing to a position. They didn't anticipate this. No, Harry said. Right. She straightened her notes with a sharp efficiency that communicated decisive commitment. Tell me everything you know about the protections. So they planned. Through November, through the early part of December, with the castle decorated for Christmas and most of their year either excited about going home for holidays or excited about staying at Hogwarts, they planned. Harry gathered information. Hermione organized it into something approaching a tactical map. Ron pointed out the 7 places where the plan would catastrophically fail and they fixed 6 of them, and the 7th one Harry said he could handle personally, which Ron accepted without asking how. The how was Ignis. Through the Dragon Network, Harry knew things about what was underground at Hogwarts that even Dumbledore probably didn't, the heat signatures below the 3rd floor, the way certain stones vibrated at specific magical frequencies, the shape of the chambers below. Ignis could read the ground above his own position like sonar, and he'd been settled in the Forbidden Forest for 2 months, close enough that the bond carried the information with perfect clarity. Harry knew there were 7 chambers. He knew what was in at least 4 of them. He didn't know the last one, the one Dumbledore himself had set, and that was the one that gave him pause. Not worried. Ignis sent, one night in December, when Harry was lying awake in his dormitory staring at the ceiling. Not about the chambers, Harry sent back. About the aftermath. Explain. Harry thought about how to translate this into the Bond's language. If I act openly against Voldemort, if I step into this thing and deal with it, the wizarding world is going to decide what that means. I've seen enough of how they work in 3 months to know they'll try to define me. The boy who lived. The Dragon Lord. The weapon. The chosen one. Whatever story is convenient. Let them try, Ignis sent. Harry paused. I want it to be my choice. Not because a prophecy pushed me there. Not because a plan required me. My choice. A long pause through the bond. Then Ignis sent something complex, layered the way his scales were layered, different colors and different lights. It is your choice. It has always been your choice. We chose each other first. Everything since has been a consequence of that. Nothing that comes after changes the choosing. Harry lay in his dormitory for another moment. Then he reached under his mattress where he'd been keeping something he'd retrieved from the vault on a weekend trip to Gringotts in October. The sword Dracontius was in his hand. He'd brought it back in pieces, separated from its sheath through a subtle magic he'd worked out from the old journals, shrunk with a charm that Flitwick had taught him and which most third years hadn't mastered, and reassembled it in the dormitory while his roommates slept. It was, in physical terms, slightly too big for an 11-year-old and didn't care about this in the slightest. He held it in the dark, feeling the low vibration of old magic, and thought about what it was for. Not for show. Not for ceremony. Made in dragon fire for goblin smiths for the hand of someone who stood between two worlds. He put it back under his mattress and went to sleep. December brought Quirrell's second attempt on the stone. Harry knew about it before it happened, through the dragon network, through 2 days of watching Quirrell's magical signature shift toward something more urgent and more desperate. He went to Dumbledore the evening before. "He's going to try again," Harry said. "Tomorrow night." "You're certain?" "The pattern is consistent. He tries on nights when there's maximum magical interference, weather events, the castle's wards cycling through their monthly maintenance. There's a storm forecast for tomorrow." Harry paused. "I want to be in position." "No," Dumbledore said. "Absolutely not. You're 11, yes. Also the Draconum Dominus with 8 years of practical magical education and a dragon in the forest who can be inside the castle in 4 minutes if I call him." Harry met his eyes. "You've been waiting for Quirrell to make a full attempt. If it happens and I'm not there, what's your plan?" "I have protections in place that he'll get through." "You set them so he could, eventually." Harry kept his voice level. "I'm not criticizing. I understand why. But when he gets to the last chamber, what's there?" Dumbledore paused. "A mirror," he said slowly. "The mirror of Erist. You know of it?" "I've read about it." "The stone is hidden within it," Dumbledore said. "In a way that means only someone who desires to find the stone but not use it can retrieve it." Harry thought about this. "You designed that for me," he said. "Specifically." "Because I hoped," Dumbledore said, carefully, "that if the worst happened and the protections fell, you would be in a position to retrieve the stone and deny it to Voldemort." "Yes." Harry sat with this for a moment. "You've been planning for a scenario where an 11-year-old faces Voldemort." "I've been hoping to avoid that scenario," Dumbledore said, and the sadness in his voice was completely genuine. "While also preparing for it." "There's a difference," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore agreed. "There is." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Let me be there," he said. "Not as your plan. As a choice." He looked at Dumbledore. "I'm going to have to deal with Voldemort eventually. Not tonight I want information. I want to see what we're dealing with. Have Hermione and Ron positioned outside the door as backup. Under no circumstances they're going to be involved regardless," Harry said. "I'd rather have them in a position I've chosen than one they pick on their own." A pause. "Hermione will improvise and Ron will break something important and useful. I'd like to control when and how." Dumbledore stared at him. "They're my people," Harry said simply. A long pause. Then Dumbledore said, very quietly, "All right." The night of the storm, they went through the trapdoor. Hermione first, then Ron, then Harry. Down into the Devil's Snare, through the Winged Keys chamber, Harry watched with clinical interest as Hermione worked out the logic of the plants and then took Ron's suggestion to call light and relaxed every muscle, through the chessboard that Ron navigated with elegant ferocity, taking 3 personal hits and sacrificing his position to clear the path. Harry made a note that Ron Weasley was, under pressure, someone extraordinary. "I'll be fine," Ron said, from his knocked-over position by the White Queen. "Go. Both of you." "You're sure?" Hermione said. "I've got all my limbs," Ron said, which was reassuring and not entirely accurate about his leg. "Go." He'll be through the troll chamber by now, probably. They went through the troll, already knocked unconscious, Quirrell's doing, through the potions puzzle that Hermione solved in 30 seconds with focused efficiency, and through the final door. The mirror was massive, 10 feet high, framed in gold, the inscription along the top reading Erist stra eru oit uba kafru oit on wosi in mirror writing. And in front of it, Quirrell, who had his hands raised against the mirror's surface and was shaking with the effort of something. He stopped when Harry and Hermione entered. The stammer was gone. "Potter," he said, in a voice that wasn't quite his. Or rather, wasn't only his. "I wondered if you'd follow." "You didn't wonder," Harry said. "You wanted me here. Just like Dumbledore wanted you here." He stepped further into the chamber, ignoring the mirror's pull. He felt it, a kind of gravitational warmth towards something, but he turned his face away from it deliberately. Why? Because the stone, the voice changed quality, became something darker and older, threading through Quirrell's voice like a second melody, can only be retrieved by someone who doesn't want to use it. And you, little dragon lord, are the only person in this castle who doesn't want it for yourself. A smile that didn't belong on Quirrell's face. "Help me get it." "No," Harry said pleasantly. "I could hurt the girl," Quirrell said. Hermione, beside Harry, said nothing. She was holding her wand and her face was absolutely white and completely still. "If you hurt Hermione," Harry said, "then I stop being diplomatic about this." He met Quirrell's eyes, both layers of them, the nervous professor and the thing below. "I was willing to have a conversation. I'm telling you that option ends if you hurt anyone." "You're a child," the dark voice said. "Children bonded to Norwegian Ridgebacks grow up fast," Harry said. He tilted his head. "Tell me something. Why do you want to come back? Not ideologically. Specifically. What do you want that requires a body and immortality and all the rest of it?" A pause. For just a moment, the thing in Quirrell seemed genuinely surprised by the question. "Power," it said, and for the first time, Harry heard something beneath it, not strength, but appetite. Craving. The desperate clawing quality of something that had been stripped of the thing it was built around. "You had power," Harry said. "And lost it to a child. And spent 10 years as a wraith in an Albanian forest." He kept his voice level. "Curious, even. You were afraid of dying. That's what started it. You found out about a prophecy that said you'd be destroyed by a child not yet born, and your fear of death was so complete that you chose to make yourself into this instead of facing it." Harry looked at him with something that wasn't contempt and wasn't pity either, it was more like the look he gave intractable problems. "The irony is that you killed my parents, people who loved each other and their son, and all you got from it was a decade as a disembodied void. Was it worth it?" Something moved in Quirrell's face. Not his face. The other layer. "Get the stone," it said, soft and dangerous. "No," Harry said again. He raised his wand. "But here's what I'm going to offer instead. Leave Quirrell. Let him go. Whatever's left of him deserves that." He paused. "I'm not equipped to deal with you permanently tonight. But I am equipped to make tonight very, very unpleasant." "You're bluffing." "I'm a dragon lord in my first year of formal magical education," Harry said. "I don't bluff. I tell you exactly what I'm going to do, and then I do it." He looked at Quirrell, at the thing wearing Quirrell. "Ignis. Through the bond, clear and immediate, here. Outside the castle, not waiting, not patient anymore, positioned close, reading Harry's state through the bond with the intensity of a creature that knew the difference between Harry planning and Harry in danger and had been tracking this particular situation with razor-focused attention. Ignis moved. He didn't enter the castle. He couldn't, practically, fit through anything but the main doors, and Harry hadn't wanted that kind of scene. But he rose from the forest to the castle's base and pressed himself against the outer wall below the section that corresponded to the chambers below the third floor, and he breathed in, not fire, not yet, but the deep, resonant sound that was a ridgeback at full vocal capacity, a sound so low it was more feeling than hearing, a sound that traveled through stone the way water travels through stone. The chamber vibrated. Quirrell stumbled. The thing in him, whatever it was, recoiled, not from physical danger but from something more fundamental. The oldest response in any living creature, the recognition of something categorically above it in a hierarchy it had no answer for. "You feel that," Harry said. "That's what I am. And I'm 11 and just started formal school and haven't begun to understand what this bond means." He kept his wand level. "Leave Quirrell. Go back to wherever you wait. And know that the next time we meet, I'll be ready in every sense I'm not ready tonight." The thing in Quirrell was furious. Harry could see it, the way Quirrell's body vibrated with a rage. More actions. Right, the next chapter now. Chapter 5, Blood and Fire. The summer was not peaceful. Harry had known it wouldn't be. He'd known from the moment he stepped off the train at King's Cross and Vernon came to collect him with the specific expression of a man who has received correspondence he didn't like. There had been letters from Dumbledore, Harry assumed, about expectations of treatment, probably containing veiled references to the magical community's interest in Harry's welfare. Vernon had read them and responded by becoming extremely correct in his treatment of Harry, which was more unsettling than the usual contempt. Correct Vernon was a Vernon managing optics, and a Vernon managing optics was a Vernon who was also planning something. What he was planning turned out to be nothing. He was frightened, and the only thing Vernon did with fear was make it someone else's problem, and the magic community scared him deeply enough that he channeled it into rigid propriety. Harry was given Dudley's second bedroom, an actual bedroom, with an actual window, and meals at the table, and was largely ignored. He took the bedroom and the meals and set up his school things with practical efficiency and mostly communicated with Hermione by owl and Ron by flew through Mrs. Figg's fireplace, which was a development Figg had apparently been prepared for and accepted with a calm that suggested she'd been expecting it for years. Ignis ranged the whole of Britain during the days, stretched out and free, returning in the evenings to the woods at the edge of town. And through the Dragon Network, information kept coming. This was the part no one at Hogwarts had fully reckoned with yet, the fact that the network didn't stop functioning because school was out. 40-something dragons across 6 continents kept their threads of connection, and through those threads, the world was much more legible than any newspaper. What the dragons knew, what they saw from their altitudes, what they felt through the ancient magic that ran under the earth like a second circulatory system, was a different kind of intelligence than wizarding news, and more reliable, because dragons had no political motivation for shading the truth. What they were telling Harry, through July and into August, was that something was moving in Eastern Europe. Not Voldemort, not yet, not reconstituted. But the echo of him. The way a river still shifts after the boulder's been moved. Dark wizards who'd served him, who'd scattered after his first fall and been living carefully for a decade, were beginning, very quietly, to orient themselves. Not organizing. Not yet. But turning, the way iron filings turn in a magnetic field, toward a source that wasn't visible yet but was getting closer. Harry wrote to Dumbledore about this. Got back a reply that was warm, thorough, and, he read it 3 times to be sure, slightly alarmed. Not at the information. At the fact that Harry had the information. The Dragon Network, Dumbledore wrote, gives you intelligence capabilities that dwarf anything the Ministry's Aura Department maintains. I confess I had intellectually understood this but had not until your letter fully grasped what it means in practical terms. I expect this will become relevant, Harry wrote back. I thought you should know I'm watching. I would expect nothing less, Dumbledore replied. Please continue to share what you learn. The letter he got from Hermione in the same week was 42 pages of densely cross-referenced research on the Draconum Dominus historical record. Harry read it twice with genuine pleasure and wrote back with 18 pages of corrections and additions from the Vault Library, and got back 6 pages of indignant responses to 2 of his corrections that were actually excellent counterarguments, and after 3 rounds of this they'd essentially written a scholarly paper between them, which Hermione said she intended to submit to a wizarding academic journal. She's 12, Ron's letter noted, clearly having been CC'd somehow. She's going to publish a paper. I don't know what to do with this information. How was your week? Mine was fine. Fred turned George purple on Tuesday. It was brilliant. Harry wrote back and asked him to describe the chess strategy he'd used on the Hogwarts board, the one with the Queen's sacrifice, because he'd been thinking about it as a metaphor and wanted Ron's actual reasoning. Ron's response was 6 pages of detailed chess analysis that was also, Harry realized reading it, a fairly sophisticated framework for how to approach opponents who are stronger than you in raw power. He filed it and built on it, and when he saw Ron in September, he told him. Ron looked embarrassed and pleased. It's just chess, he said. It really isn't, Harry said. The second year of Hogwarts began with a whomping willow. Harry and Ron arrived via a flying car, Ron's idea, with the car being technically his father's, because the barrier to platform 9 3/4 had sealed itself in a way that neither of them could immediately explain, and they'd made a decision in the logic of two 12-year-olds that seemed reasonable at the time and less reasonable in hindsight. Harry had no particular problem with flying. The problem was the whomping willow, which had feelings about being used as a landing pad, and the subsequent meeting with Snape, who seemed to feel the same way the willow did and communicated it with considerably more verbal precision. You, Snape said, standing in the doorway of his office with the particular stillness of someone containing a great deal of energy in a small space, flew a Muggle automobile across most of England, violated the statute of secrecy 14 separate times, drove it into the most aggressive tree on these grounds, and are now sitting in my office looking at me as if you're expecting something other than expulsion. We're expecting detention and point losses, Harry said. Probably extensive ones. I'm prepared for that. How generous, Snape said, in the tone of a man who has made an art form of contempt. Professor Snape. Harry met his eyes. He'd spent second year thinking about Snape, who was the most interesting contradiction in the castle, a deeply intelligent person using that intelligence primarily to be unpleasant, as if being unpleasant was a project he'd committed to and wasn't willing to abandon. We couldn't get through the barrier. We made a bad call about how to handle it. I'm sorry for the tree. What's the appropriate consequence? Snape looked at him for a long moment. He did this frequently, assessed Harry with those black eyes, searching for something, never quite finding or not finding it in a way he was willing to commit to. 2 weeks of detention, he said. 100 points from Gryffindor each. Owls to your families. He paused. And Potter, if you ever drive a car into this castle again, I will ensure the grounds themselves provide consequences that no teacher needs to administer. Understood, Harry said. Shouldn't you be frightened? Ron muttered, as they left. He took 200 points from Gryffindor. We deserved it, Harry said. Yeah, but, Ron glanced back at the closed office door. He didn't even threaten to expel us. He threatened the grounds, Harry said. Which is scarier, honestly, Ron said. The whomping willow nearly took my arm. Harry thought about Snape. Had been thinking about him since first year, the way he looked at Harry, specifically. Not hatred, not exactly, though there was something with sharp edges in it. Something older than Harry. Something that predated him by about 20 years and had his face as a trigger without Harry being the actual cause. His detention schedule, Harry said. When are yours? Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Ron said. Why? Mine are Tuesday and Thursday, Harry said. If they keep us separate, we can keep each other updated. Ron shook his head slowly. You're always planning. Yes, Harry said. The second year moved on its own strange track, different from the first in every way that mattered. The chamber opened in October, when Mrs. Norris was found petrified in a pool of flooding water, and the writing on the wall said the Chamber of Secrets had been opened and the heir of Slytherin had returned, and half the school looked at Harry and thought, him. Because Harry Potter was strange, powerful, could speak to a dragon, maybe he could speak to a basilisk too. Maybe the heir of Slytherin was wearing a Gryffindor face. Harry noted the suspicion the way he noted most things, as information about people. It told him who thought critically and who followed the path of least resistance. Hermione didn't think it was him, because Hermione never committed to a theory before examining the evidence, and she was the best examiner of evidence Harry had ever met. Ron didn't think it was him either, not because of evidence but because of an absolute gut-level loyalty that said, I know this person, and this isn't who he is. Harry valued both reasons, for different reasons. Draco Malfoy was interesting. Draco had said it, in the crowd, with a kind of cold pleasure, maybe it's Potter, the heir of Slytherin in a red tie, but Harry had watched his face and seen something more complicated than enjoyment. Draco was performing. He was saying the thing his world required him to say. Under it, he was watching Harry the way someone watches a chess game they can't quite read. Harry caught his eye across the corridor and held it for a moment, and what passed between them wasn't hostility. It was something more like two people acknowledging that they were both watching each other very carefully for reasons neither of them had fully articulated. Draco looked away first. The network was useful again. A basilisk in the plumbing was a magical creature of significant power, and magical creatures of significant power registered on the fabric of the old castle in ways that a dragon in residence could detect. Ignis, who'd been expanding his understanding of the castle's magical geography from his position in the forest, identified the creature in the pipes in November. He communicated it through the bond with some strong opinions. Basilisks and dragons shared a common ancestry in the taxonomy of magical reptiles, and Ignis's feelings about the basilisk were territorial in a very specific way. It doesn't belong here, Ignis sent. Something put it here. It's being directed. I know, Harry said. Do you know where it's coming from? An impression of deep ground, cold stone, ancient water. Below the dungeons. Below the foundations. Can you feel who's directing it? Harry asked. A long pause. Then something Harry had learned to read as frustration, not Ignis's emotion but his sense of a blocked signal. The direction comes from something old and paper-thin. Like a voice from a sealed room. A memory, Harry said slowly. Something stored. He thought about Ginny Weasley, Ron's youngest sister, who had been quiet in ways that concerned Ron and who'd been leaving her breakfast plate increasingly untouched. He thought about the diary she'd been given at Diagon Alley, which he'd seen in her bag and thought nothing of at the time. He thought about what it would mean to store a piece of a personality in an object, a technique from the vault books he'd read, the ones about dark magic theory, and what could be directed from that stored piece. A Horcrux, he said, though he didn't have that word yet, would learn it 2 years from now from Dumbledore, was working from first principles toward a conclusion that the older wizard had spent decades arriving at. A piece of someone, stored. Directing the basilisk through whoever holds the object. He went to Hermione. She listened with the focused expression she reserved for genuinely significant problems. When he finished, she said, if you're right, then whoever's writing in that diary has Ginny's memories and is feeding her something back. Making her act, Harry said. Without knowing it. We have to get the diary, Hermione said. Do you know where it is? I know where Ginny is, Harry said. The diary is with her. I need to talk to Ron. Ron's reaction to the theory was swift and uncomplicated. He went white, set down his fork, and said, tell me what to do. Find a way to talk to Ginny alone, Harry said. Don't tell her what we think, she might not consciously know, and frightening her could drive whatever's in the diary deeper. Just, get me time with her. Ron found the time. It was a Sunday, in a corner of the Gryffindor common room while the fire was low and most people were at Quidditch practice. Harry was meant to be there too, but had arranged with the team captain a reason to be absent, which had required some planning. Ginny Weasley was 11 years old and very pale and had the look of someone who hadn't been sleeping well for months. She sat across from Harry with her hands in her lap and her diary on the table between them, and Harry said, very gently, Ginny. Can I ask you about the diary? She looked at him. Her eyes were honest, frightened, but honest. What about it? Does it talk back? The silence was its own answer. Her face went so white that the freckles stood out individually. How does it tell you to do things? Harry said. Things you don't quite remember doing afterward. Ginny's hands were shaking. She reached for the diary instinctively, which told Harry something important about the hold it had on her, not just habit but compulsion, the reaching of an addict. Can I see it? Harry said. She pushed it across the table slowly, reluctantly, the way you release something you know you shouldn't hold. Harry picked it up. Through the bond, immediate and sharp, put it down. Not Ignis's aesthetic opinion. Warning. The diary had a feel that the bond translated as like the face under coral, something layered, something that was not what it appeared to be, something that contained a consciousness it shouldn't contain. I know, Harry said quietly, to the bond. Then, to Ginny, this is going to sound strange. I need you to trust me for about 60 seconds. Okay, Ginny said, very small. Harry opened the diary, feeling the diary's awareness register him. He could feel it, faintly, through the same sense he used with Quirrell, the same sensitivity to magical layering. He picked up a quill from the table. He wrote, I know what you are. The ink dried, and then, in a different hand, flowing, confident, the writing of someone practiced in the art of seeming trustworthy, words appeared, excellent. You're more perceptive than expected, Mr. Potter. You're a piece of Voldemort's consciousness, Harry wrote. Stored in an object. A pause. Then, you've been doing your research. I'm impressed. And yet here you are, speaking to me directly, when you could have simply destroyed me. Why? Harry thought about this. Because I want to know what you're building toward. The chamber, of course. The basilisk, the purity of the school, you've guessed this already. Why are you really here? Harry wrote, I want you to know that I know. And that this ends here. Another pause. Then the writing changed quality, became less controlled, more urgent, and Harry felt the diary's attempt to send something through the quill, through the point of contact, a reaching that was like the rush of Quirrell's presence but smaller, weaker, a piece of something rather than the whole. Harry closed the bond to it the way he closed a door, not with effort, just with will, the same will that had been telling the world who he was since he was 3 years old. He closed the diary. Ginny, he said. I'm going to take this. And I'm going to destroy it. He met her eyes. It might feel very bad, for a moment, when I do. Like something leaving. That feeling passes. She stared at him. What was in it? Someone who should be gone, Harry said. But isn't quite. Yet. He took the diary, and went to the forest. Ignis knew what to do. Harry didn't have to explain. He held the diary out on his palm and through the bond sent the simple signal of this is the thing that doesn't belong here, and Ignis looked at it with those copper eyes and breathed out, not the full fire, not the devastating directional breath of a hunting dragon, but something more controlled, more precise. The sustained, high-temperature exhalation of a ridgeback at contained capacity. The diary burned. Not quickly. It fought, Harry felt it, the consciousness in the paper, the piece of Voldemort that had survived in ink and memory, pushing back against the fire with everything it had. The pages blackened and curled, and from the ink rose something that had no shape and no sound, but that the bond read as a cry, the last cry of something that had been patient for 50 years and expected to live forever. Then it was ash. Harry stood in the clearing with Ignis and the ash and the night air and thought about the fact that this was the second piece of Voldemort he'd destroyed in 2 years. That there was a pattern forming. That whatever Voldemort had done to himself to survive his own death, it had scattered him, fragmented him into pieces hidden in objects, hidden in Albania, hidden in professors and diaries and presumably elsewhere. How many pieces, he thought, does a person have to break themselves into before they stop being a person? Ignis pressed his head against Harry's chest, copper eyes steady, the bond warm. As many as they choose, Ignis communicated, in the wordless way. Each one is a choice. And each choice leaves less of them. Harry stood there in the clearing for a long time. Then he went back to the castle and told Dumbledore everything. In the hospital wing, Hermione recovering from a polyjuice incident she'd miscalculated in a way she was not going to be discussing further, they sat around Hermione's bed and Harry told them what had happened. The diary. The fire. The ash. Ron sat very still through the telling with his fists on his knees. When Harry finished, Ron said, quietly, "She's all right." "She'll be fine," Harry said. "I talked to Madame Pomfrey. The compulsion will fade in a few days now that the source is gone." Ron was quiet for another moment. Then, "Thanks," he said. Not with any fanfare or performance. Just the word, direct and complete. Harry nodded. "I have a question," Hermione said, from her propped-up position with her textbooks around her like a fort. "Multiple pieces of himself, hidden, you're saying that's how he survived. But if you destroy all the pieces, then he stops being survivable," Harry said. "Do you know how many there are?" "No," Harry said. "But the network might be able to help eventually. Anything with that kind of dark presence will register." He paused. "This is going to take years. So we have a long-term project," Hermione said, making a note. "You're making a note," Ron said. "I'm making several notes," Hermione said. "Honestly, Ron. She's been petrified for a month and she's already taking notes," Ron told Harry, as if this required witnessing. "This is why she's useful," Harry said. "I can hear you," Hermione said. "I know," Harry said, smiling the small real smile. It was June when the ministry came. Not a letter this time. Two officials in formal robes, with the stiff authority of people who represent institutions and have never had to defend why those institutions deserve the authority they claim. They arrived at Hogwarts on a Thursday afternoon and were shown to a meeting room that Dumbledore had prepared. Harry noted the room was one Dumbledore liked for its acoustic qualities, which meant he expected to need to hear things clearly. Harry sat across from them with Dumbledore beside him and McGonagall at the end of the table. The lead official, a thin woman named Umbridge, with a face like a pleasant mask over something considerably less pleasant, opened with a prepared speech about the dragon. "The ministry," she said, with a smile that was doing a lot of work, "has been extremely patient regarding the situation with the Norwegian Ridgeback currently resident in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. We understand that the circumstances are unusual. However, the law is clear regarding dangerous creature ownership, and it's not ownership," Harry said. "Pardon? The Draconum Dominus bond is not an ownership relationship," Harry said. "The precedent, as I assume you've reviewed," he looked at her. She had not reviewed it. He could tell by the slight shift in her expression. "Dates to 1186, when the Council of Magical Governance formally excluded Draconum Dominus bonds from creature regulation frameworks on the grounds that the bond is mutual and cannot be dissolved by legislative act. The law has never been repealed. That law," Umbridge said carefully, "is 900 years old. Law doesn't have an expiration date unless it's explicitly repealed," Harry said. "Has it been repealed?" A pause. "Not formally, but, then it applies." Harry looked at her pleasantly. "Is there another matter you'd like to discuss?" The smile stayed. It was doing considerably more work now. "Mr. Potter. The ministry is concerned about the broader implications of the Draconum Dominus situation. The dragon population of Britain is subject to regulation, and if that population were to receive direction from, the dragons aren't receiving direction," Harry said. "The bond is acknowledgement, not command. The dragons make their own choices. And yet they choose to acknowledge what I am," Harry said. "Yes. That's their choice. Just as you choose to acknowledge your minister, and I can't regulate whether you do." McGonagall made a sound that was not quite a cough. Umbridge looked at Harry with those small eyes and the smile had changed quality entirely. She said, very carefully, "The ministry has the authority to intervene in situations it deems a potential threat to the wizarding community." "The ministry has authority given to it by law," Harry said. "I've read the relevant law." All of it. Including the parts the ministry finds inconvenient. He tilted his head slightly. Is the dragon causing harm? Not currently, but, is the Draconum Dominus bond causing harm? The potential isn't harm, Harry said. It's fear of harm. And I understand that fear, I genuinely do. But fear of something isn't grounds for restricting it. Is there anything the dragon has actually done that constitutes a violation of existing law? Another pause. Longer. No, Umbridge said. Not currently. Then I'd suggest, Harry said, with the flat courtesy of someone who has made their position entirely clear and is offering the other party a face-saving exit, that the ministry focus its attention on the 17 dark wizards in Eastern Europe who've been showing signs of organizing since February. He paused. I can provide specific names and locations, if that would be more useful. The silence that followed was significant. Dumbledore, who had been sitting very still and letting Harry run the entire meeting, looked at Umbridge with something that was almost, not quite, but almost, amusement. Through the Dragon Network, Harry said. It's ongoing intelligence. If the ministry would find regular briefings useful, the ministry, Umbridge said, and her voice had changed again, the smile was gone, the professional warmth was gone, and underneath was something that was both more honest and more frightening, the face of someone who has encountered something they find genuinely threatening and is deciding how to categorize it, would find that very useful. Yes. Then let's agree on a format, Harry said. And let the dragon be. They left 2 hours later with an agreement that would take another month to formalize and that Dumbledore called, in private, the most remarkable piece of negotiation I've seen from someone who can't legally vote. I didn't negotiate, Harry said. I just had all the relevant information. Yes, Dumbledore said. Which, in politics, is the same thing. The dragon, Ignis, emerged from the Forbidden Forest in broad daylight for the first time in late June, in the week before term ended. He didn't do it for display. He wasn't making a statement. He came because Harry was sitting by the lake in the morning sun, doing his end-of-year reviewing, and through the bond he'd communicated a kind of restlessness, the restlessness of a dragon who'd been staying in trees for 9 months and had opinions about it, and Harry had, on impulse, sent back, "Come here, then." It's fine. Ignis emerged from the tree lean on the far side of the school grounds, moving in the low, flowing walk of a ridgeback covering ground, powerful and quiet and impossibly large, his spines catching the morning light, his copper eyes scanning the grounds with the territorial thoroughness of a creature assessing a space it intends to occupy. He was the size of a large house. In the open daylight, he was also breathtaking. 3 Hufflepuff students walking to the greenhouses stopped completely. 2 Ravenclaws on the path by the lake grabbed each other's arms. A group of third-year Gryffindors came out of the castle doors directly into his sight line and 4 of them went rigid and one of them said, very distinctly, "Oh my." Ignis ignored all of them. He came across the grounds with the directional purpose of something that has identified exactly what it's moving toward, and he settled beside Harry at the lake's edge with a controlled impact that sent water lapping from the shore and placed his enormous head on the grass next to Harry's book, which he then breathed on, slightly, because he had opinions about the amount of time Harry spent on books instead of on things that mattered. "I need to pass my exams," Harry said, without looking up. Ignis communicated that exams were irrelevant to being a Dragon Lord. "You'd be surprised," Harry said. He kept reading. Ignis kept breathing on the book with a patience that communicated very clearly that he could do this indefinitely. Nearby, Neville Longbottom, who had developed over the year the quiet courage of someone who has decided that the things worth being brave for deserve actual bravery, came and sat down about 20 feet from Ignis and studied his herbology notes. He didn't say anything. He just sat down near the dragon the way he'd sat down near Harry on the first night, with a careful, not unfriendly presence that said, "I'd like to be here, if that's all right." Ignis looked at him with those copper eyes, and the look had the quality of assessment, the same assessment he gave everything. Then he turned back to Harry's book and continued to be mildly obstructive. Neville exhaled slowly. Harry looked up. "He likes you," he said. How do you know? Neville said, very carefully. He didn't move further away, Harry said. With Ignis, that's liking. Neville considered this. Then, with great dignity, he went back to his herbology notes. Ron arrived 20 minutes later, took in the scene, Harry reading, Ignis breathing on the book, Neville 10 feet away, sat down on Harry's other side, and said, right, we're all just here then, are we? Yes, Harry said. Brilliant, Ron said, and ate an apple. Hermione appeared from the direction of the library 15 minutes after that, saw the assembled group including the dragon, wrote something in her notebook, and sat down between Ron and Neville. They stayed there until lunch, in the June sun, by the lake, and the dragon breathed on Harry's book and occasionally raised his head to watch something in the sky, and the castle was full of a year's worth of events that had changed things, a memory in a diary, an unconscious professor, a conversation with the ministry, a sword in a vault, and the summer was coming and Voldemort was somewhere, regathering himself from the pieces that remained. But right now, in this moment, the sun was warm and the lake was still and the dragon was warm and breathing, and it was enough. Harry turned a page. Chapter 6, Lord of all Dragons. The summer before third year was when the world changed its mind about Harry Potter. Not all at once. Not cleanly. World opinion, Harry had learned, moves the way a glacier moves, immense force applied over time, and you only really see the difference when you step back and look at how far it's come. In July, the Daily Prophet ran its first piece not about the boy who lived but about the Dragon Lord, written by a journalist who'd been at Hogsmeade on a weekend when Ignis had flown over in full daylight, and who'd done enough research to use the term Draconum Dominus correctly, which put him ahead of most of the ministry. The response to the article was complicated and interesting and told Harry a great deal about people. Half the letters that came to Privet Drive, via a sudden flood of owls that sent Vernon to his bedroom with the curtains drawn and Petunia making tea with mechanical repetition, were supportive. Admiring. Sometimes embarrassingly so. The other half were frightened, in various registers from polite concern to open hostility, and those letters said things like what gives you the right and the ministry should regulate and dragons are dangerous animals and a child who controls them is more dangerous still, and Harry read all of them with the same careful attention he gave everything. He wrote back to most of them. Not form letters. Actual responses, to the frightened ones especially, because fear deserved acknowledgement, and because he'd had a year of thinking about how Voldemort had weaponized fear and was developing strong opinions about what happened when fear was left unaddressed. He wrote careful, honest, specific letters about what the bond was, what it wasn't, what Ignis could do and what he chose not to do and why the distinction mattered. He spent about 3 hours a day on this through July. "You're answering your fan mail," Ron wrote, when Harry mentioned it. "I'm addressing a public information problem," Harry wrote back. "That's fan mail with a degree," Ron wrote. "How's the Burrow visiting situation progressing?" He'd been summoned, that was the word. Mrs. Weasley did not invite, she summoned, and there was a warmth to the summoning that made it feel completely different from an order, to the Burrow for the last 2 weeks of August. He arrived by Flo, which he'd been practicing, came out of the fireplace in a kitchen that smelled like something extraordinary was happening in at least 3 pots simultaneously, and was handed a sandwich before he could speak. "Eat," Molly said, "then I'll show you the room." The room was small and warm and shared with Ron and had a view of a garden that appeared to be having its own magical disputes. Harry sat on the bed and looked at the garden and felt something he had to sit with for a moment before he identified it. At home. He felt at home. Not the way he'd felt in the cupboard, which was not home, which was just a place. Not the way he felt at Hogwarts, which was close but carried the texture of institution. This was smaller and messier and more real. The Burrow was obviously a house that had been added to by necessity rather than design, full of noise and competing magical projects and a clock with 8 hands labeled with family members' names, and it was the most immediately comfortable place Harry had ever been. He told this to Hermione in a letter. She wrote back, "That's because love is comfortable, Harry. The Weasleys love you already. It's quite apparent." He read this several times. Then he folded it carefully into the box he kept under the Burrow bed, with the letters from Dumbledore and his parents' photo, which Hagrid had given him, a moving photo, his parents laughing at something off camera, and the first letter he'd ever gotten, in green ink, addressed to the cupboard. The news came in the second week of August. Sirius Black, convicted mass murderer, you know whose most loyal lieutenant, last man standing at the fall of Voldemort 12 years ago, had escaped from Azkaban. The first person to ever escape from Azkaban. The Prophet was in full alarm, the Ministry was issuing statements every 6 hours, and Molly Weasley immediately began an audit of the Burrow's security that involved multiple locking charms and a discussion with Arthur about whether gnomes posed a risk that had never previously been considered a serious conversation. Harry absorbed the news. Through the bond, he felt Ignis, ranging over Wales that particular morning, pick up the information from Harry's emotional state the way he picked up everything, with that focused dragon attention, and respond, threat. Harry thought about it. Tell me what you know about Sirius Black, he said, at breakfast. Arthur lowered his paper. Dangerous man, Harry. Very dangerous. He was you-know-whose, Voldemort's, closest supporter. They say he killed 13 people with a single curse. He paused. He was also your parents' friend. Before he turned. Friend, Harry said. He was meant to be your godfather, actually, Arthur said, carefully. Before, yes. Harry put down his toast. Picked it back up. Why do people think he escaped to find me? Arthur and Molly exchanged a look that had a great deal of information in it. Because, Arthur said, that's what he'd have reason to do. Revenge, they think. You're the one whose mother, he stopped. I'm the one who survived, Harry said. So blame lands on me. As a proxy for what he lost. Something like that, Arthur said quietly. Harry filed this and went back to his toast. Through the bond he sent to Ignis, not a threat yet. Gathering information. Ignis communicated something that was neither threat nor dismissal, more like, I'll watch from here. I know, Harry said. Hogwarts' third year started and Sirius Black was still out there and the Dementors arrived. Harry's first encounter with a Dementor was on the train, when one boarded at Hogsmeade to search the carriages, and the cold came through the compartment wall like a physical thing, and Harry sat up straight in his seat as the temperature dropped and the darkness gathered at the corridor door. He felt it differently than his compartment mates did. Hermione gripped the table edge. Ron went grey. Their new defense professor, a thin, shabby-looking man who'd been asleep before the cold woke him, named Lupin, rose to his feet with his wand out, the practiced movement of someone who knew exactly what to do. Harry felt the Dementor's presence as an absence, a hole in the air where warmth wasn't, and the bond with Ignis contracted in response, pulling tight, because Dementors and dragons were natural antipathies, had been for as long as both existed. Ignis was 15 miles north, on the approach to Hogwarts, and through the bond Harry felt his immediate sharp hostility, not fear. Ignis didn't do fear, but the specific fury of a dragon whose territory is being invaded by something its instincts categorized as fundamentally wrong. Stay back, Harry sent. It's fine. I'm fine. Ignis stayed. Barely. What Harry heard, in the cold, was not what his compartment mates heard, or rather, not only that. He heard his mother's voice, yes, the last words she'd ever spoken, the ones the Dementor dragged up from some place he hadn't known they were stored, but under that, through the bond, he heard Ignis, fierce and present and absolutely not leaving, and the two sounds braided together in a way that meant neither one could fully destroy him. He breathed out. Lupin produced a Patronus, brilliant silver, wolfhound, full and solid, that drove the Dementor back, and knelt in front of Harry when it was gone. All right, he said, with the specific attention of someone who'd expected this and still felt it. Yes, Harry said. Lupin looked at him for a moment with grey eyes that were sharp behind the exhausted face. You heard something. Yes, Harry said again. But you managed it. The bond helped, Harry said. He met Lupin's eyes. You were friends with my father. Lupin went very still. Yes, he said. I was. I'd like to talk about that, Harry said. When there's time. Yes, Lupin said, and his voice was carefully controlled. So would I. The Patronus lesson happened in October, in Lupin's office, which smelled like tea and old books and the slightly discordant note of someone who wasn't entirely well. Lupin taught it with the warm precision of someone who'd spent years teaching but also genuinely cared about what he was teaching, not performing expertise, actually sharing it. Harry learned the charm in his second session. His Patronus erupted from his wand on the second attempt, filling the office with silver light, and it was, not an animal Harry expected, not a stag like his father's, which he'd read about in Lupin's expression the moment it arrived, it was a dragon. Small, compared to Ignis. Silver and glowing and fierce, with wide wings and copper-bright eyes, coiling up from his wand with the same exact quality of presence that the bond had, made visible. Lupin stared at it. Is that, he started. Yes, Harry said. The bond, Lupin said. The dragon bond made it, into Ignis, Harry said. Or the idea of him, anyway. He watched the silver dragon circle the office with a certain proprietary air. What does it mean that my Patronus is a dragon? I think it means, Lupin said slowly, that your happiest memories are inseparable from him. He paused. Which is, another pause. He collected himself. That's beautiful, actually. Harry watched the Patronus circle. You know about the bond. You knew before school started. Dumbledore briefed the staff, Lupin said. I knew something was different. When I met you on the train, you handled the Dementor better than any adult I've seen without training. Something was anchoring you. Ignis, Harry said. Through the bond, Lupin said. He sat down. The Patronus faded slowly. Your father's Patronus was a stag. James, he stopped. Tell me about him, Harry said. I don't have to keep asking, do I? You can just tell me. Lupin looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, no. You don't have to keep asking. He summoned the tea things, which rattled over from the desk in a friendly sort of way, and poured, and said, your father was one of the most stubborn, brilliant, infuriating, loyal people I've ever known. He had a temper and an enormous laugh and he was terrible at being humble. He loved your mother more than he knew how to say and consequently showed it in the most dramatic possible ways. A pause. He would have loved watching you negotiate with the ministry. It would have made him absolutely insufferable for weeks. Harry laughed. Unexpected, genuine, the kind that surprises you out of your chest. Your mother, Lupin said, and his voice changed tone the way a song changes key, was the smartest person in any room she entered. She'd have had your Hermione Granger's number within 5 minutes and the two of them would have either been best friends or extremely competitive, possibly both simultaneously. He looked at Harry over his teacup. She was kind without being soft. There's a difference. You have that. Harry looked at his tea. What about Sirius, he said. The room was quiet. That, Lupin said carefully, is a more complicated conversation. Was he guilty? Harry said. Actually guilty. Lupin looked at him with those gray, honest eyes, and said nothing for a moment that was too long to be neutral. I think, Lupin said, very carefully, that you should be patient. There is more to that story than what was reported. That's not a no, Harry said. No, Lupin said. It isn't. Sirius Black came to Hogwarts in November. Not to find Harry, or not only that. He came, Harry understood eventually, because the rat was there. Peter Pettigrew, who was supposed to be dead, who had a finger missing and a suspicious history and had spent 12 years as a pet in the Weasley family, specifically as Scabbers, Ron's. The night it all came apart was the night of the full moon, because Lupin hadn't taken his potion and the shrieking shack was the site of a confrontation that Harry walked into sideways, having already, through the bond, through Ignis reading the castle's undercurrents, known something significant was happening in the grounds. He arrived in the shack to find Sirius Black holding a wand on a man he didn't know, with Ron's leg broken again and Hermione pressed against the wall and Lupin, transformed, trying to hold himself together with the specific quality of a man fighting on two fronts. Harry looked at Sirius Black, who was thin and hollow-eyed and gripping his wand with the intensity of someone who had been waiting 12 years for this exact moment, and said, "Are you going to kill him or do you actually want someone to know the truth first?" Sirius lowered his wand a fraction. "Not entirely. Enough. You look like James," he said. "Around the eyes." "I have my mother's eyes," Harry said. "That's what everyone says." "What's happening?" It came out in fragments: Sirius, Pettigrew, the Potter's secret keeper, the betrayal, 12 years in Azkaban for a crime committed by the man currently trying to edge toward the wall. Lupin, who had managed to hold the wolf down by sheer force of will, confirmed it with the specific gravity of a man whose guilt had been eating him alive since the night James and Lily died. Harry listened. He looked at Pettigrew, a small, forgettable man with mean eyes and 12 years of practiced innocence, and felt through the bond Ignis's contempt so clearly it was almost visible. "Give me a reason," Harry said to Pettigrew, "not to hand you directly to the Dementors." Pettigrew tried 3. Harry dismissed them with the efficiency of someone who doesn't get lost in other people's panic. "Here's what happens," Harry said. "You come with us. You confess. To Dumbledore, to the Ministry, in writing, in however many formats it takes to free Sirius Black and account for what you actually did." He looked at Pettigrew with those flat green eyes. "Or I'll send for Ignis and we'll have a shorter conversation." "That's illegal," Pettigrew said, with the specific nerve of a cornered creature. "Sue me," Harry said. "I'm 12. He was, by a month, 13. But it was the right line." Sirius, who had been watching this with an expression cycling between hope and awe and something desperately raw, said, very quietly, "You do that? For me?" Harry looked at him. Looked at the hollowed face and the haunted eyes and the 12 years of wrongness accumulated there. "Not for you," Harry said, gently. "For the truth." He paused. "Though I suspect those end up being the same thing." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he made a sound that was too worn out to be a laugh but was clearly trying to be one. "James would have said exactly that." "Good," Harry said. "And meant it." The Ministry, when they arrived, were not immediately cooperative. There was a Dementor and a Portkey involved, and Pettigrew escaped in the confusion because the Ministry's handling of the situation was, Harry noted with professional exasperation, comprehensively inadequate. Sirius was captured again in the chaos. Harry, Hermione, and a time-turner handled the next several hours. "This was Dumbledore's idea," Hermione said, pulling the time-turner from around her neck. "I know," Harry said. "It's a good one. 3 turns. 3 turns. What's the specific?" "I've worked it out," Hermione said, in the tone of someone who has already done several mental drafts of this plan and is not interested in improvisation. "We save Sirius. We save the Hippogriff. We don't interact with our past selves. And Pettigrew is loose," she said. "Which is a problem for a different night." "Right," Harry said. They went back, and did what needed doing, with the quiet efficiency of 2 people who trusted each other completely and had spent 3 years becoming exactly who they were going to be. Sirius flew away on Buckbeak, enormous, glad, still hollow-eyed but with something beginning to grow behind that, and below them the present caught up with the past with a seamless violence of restored timeline, and Harry watched them go against the moonlit sky. Free, he thought. Finally free. He sent through the bond, Sirius is clear. You can land. Ignis, who had been circling at 5,000 feet for the better part of 3 hours, came down in the forest with the slow spiral of something that has been patient beyond its nature and is ready to be finished with it. Harry felt the landing through his feet. Later, when the school was mostly asleep and the hospital wing had been left behind and Dumbledore had said his quiet, specific, satisfied goodbye, Harry went to the forest and sat with Ignis in the dark. 4 pieces, Harry said. 4 things of his, dealt with or found. The diary, the turban, whatever that was in Quirrell, the presence in the forest, and now Pettigrew's still out there but we know about him. He looked up through the canopy. Stars. How many more? Ignis didn't know. The Dragon Network, for all its intelligence, couldn't see into deliberately hidden things. Voldemort had been careful. We'll find them, Harry said. Eventually. A long warm silence. Ignis breathed out a slow, steady plume that warmed the clearing. Lupin has to leave, Harry said. The werewolf situation, the ministry, he stopped. That's not fair. Ignis communicated something that was dragon wisdom on the subject of fairness. The world was not arranged around it. You compensated by being better than the world at specific things. I know, Harry said. But it's still not fair. He wrote Lupin a letter that night, in the dormitory, while his roommates slept. 3 drafts before he was satisfied. It didn't say anything grand, just that what Lupin had taught him in those office hours mattered, that the Patronus mattered, that the stories about his parents mattered, and that Harry hoped very much they'd continue to have time for conversations when circumstances allowed. Lupin wrote back in the morning, "You are more like both of them than I think you know. I look forward to every conversation ahead." Harry folded this letter into the box. Summer. The Burrow again, this time properly, from early July. And in early August, the Quidditch World Cup, the field and the hills, the enormous stadium, the Irish and the Bulgarians and the greatest seeker of the generation on a broom that Harry immediately classified as a piece of engineering he'd like to examine more closely. He watched Crumb play with the specific attention of one natural talent watching another. The way the Bulgarian moved, the absolute economy of it, nothing wasted, every decision made before it needed to be made, was the flight equivalent of Harry's wand work. Intention before action. He's brilliant, Ron said, with the pure appreciation of someone who could assess quality without ego. Yes, Harry said. Could you beat him? Ron asked. Harry thought about it honestly. In a race, probably. In a competition involving a snitch and a time limit, I don't know yet. Not yet. You'll practice, Hermione said, from his other side. Yes, Harry said. The dark mark in the sky came 3 hours later. Harry saw it and felt through the bond, Ignis, 2,000 feet up in the dark sky above the campsite, copper eyes wide and furious, and through the bond the specific quality of alarm that Harry had learned meant, dark magic, significant, here. He was already moving, wand in hand, when the panic started. Harry. Ron's voice, behind him. Stay with your parents, Harry said, over his shoulder. I'm checking the perimeter. You are not, Ron. Harry paused. Met his eyes. Your family first. I'll find you. He went into the dark. The Death Eaters, because that's what they were, the ones who'd put the mark up, the ones herding muggles through the campsite with the casual cruelty of privilege, found Harry before he found them. Or they tried to. 3 in dark robes and masks, and one of them said, "Look." The Potter boy, alone. Harry looked at them. The wand in his hand was absolutely steady. I'm going to ask you to stop, he said. Once. One child, the lead one said, and raised his wand. Harry cast. Not one spell, 3 in quick combination, each feeding into the next, a chain he'd been working on theoretically since first year and had been practicing on Ignis, who found being a training target entertaining in a way Harry found slightly worrying, since last autumn. The first bound their wands. The second sealed their mobility. The third, and this one Harry had developed himself, refined from the Draconum Dominus texts, the fire-based binding that none of his textbooks contained, wrapped all 3 of them in a crackling warmth that wouldn't harm them but wouldn't release them either, not without a counterspell Harry hadn't shared with anyone. 3 Death Eaters, standing frozen and furious in a campsite field. I said once, Harry said. He looked at them without anger, which was worse, he'd found, than anger. Who sent you here? They didn't answer. He hadn't expected them to. He sent for orders through the nearest ministry communication point he'd located on arrival. He always located ministry communication points on arrival, it was habit, and waited with them until the officials came, and then handed over the bound Death Eaters with a brief and comprehensive account of what had happened, and walked back to find the Weasleys. Moody, who would become his defense professor, found him on the walk back. The old Auror, scarred and magical-eyed and electric with the energy of someone permanently at war, looked him over with that spinning blue eye and said, "3 of them." "Yes," Harry said. "Bound. Sealed. That last containment isn't ministry standard." "No," Harry said. "I developed it." Moody's magical eye, which saw things other eyes didn't, ran over him from head to toe. "How old are you?" 14, Harry said. "Almost." A pause that was more eloquent than most speeches. "You'll do," Moody said, which from Moody, Harry would learn, was high praise. Hogwarts, 4th year, the Triwizard Tournament, which Harry had not entered and was not going to enter and consequently was absolutely furious about when his name came out of the Goblet of Fire. He was standing at the front of the Great Hall with Dumbledore and Karkaroff and Maxime and the ministry official named Crouch, who was explaining that the goblet constituted a binding magical contract and there was nothing to be done. "The goblet was tampered with," Harry said. "Be that as it may," Crouch began. "The goblet was tampered with," Harry said again, with more precision. "Someone confounded it and used a different age line. The contract it generated is therefore fraudulent." He looked at the ministry official steadily. "Enforce a fraudulent contract and I'll take it to the Wizengamot." The silence in the hall was absolute. "You can't," Crouch said. "My family seat has voting rights on the Wizengamot," Harry said. "I've never used them because I'm a minor, but there is precedent for a minor asserting claim through a magical bond rather than personal majority. The Draconum Dominus bond legally constitutes." He paused, watching Crouch's face. "Would you like to test it?" "Harry." Dumbledore's voice, quiet, next to him. "The magical contract, fraudulent or not, has already generated a binding. The magic itself doesn't care about the circumstances of its creation." A pause. "However, the question of how to compete, if I'm forced to compete," Harry said, "I'll compete. I'm not going to lose." He looked at Dumbledore. "But I want it on the record that the contract was obtained fraudulently, and I want an investigation into how." "Agreed," Dumbledore said, in a tone that communicated he was already running the investigation. Harry turned back to the hall. 400 students watching. Champions from 3 schools. His professors. The ministry official. Madame Maxime with her vast height and careful expression. Karkaroff with his ingratiating smile hiding something cold. "I'll compete," Harry said, to the room and to no one specifically. "I'll win." And whoever did this, he let the sentence end without completing it, because the incomplete threat was always more powerful than the complete one. People filled in the blank with whatever they feared most. He went back to his table. Ron was sitting with his arms folded and a complicated expression that Harry had learned to read, loyalty, and under it, something that had needed a moment to reorient. "You should have gotten to choose," Ron said. "Yes," Harry said. "That was," Ron stopped. "Good," he said. "The Wizengamot thing. Hermione researched it with me in July," Harry said. "I wasn't sure I'd need it." "Of course she did," Ron said. "Did you tell her you were going to?" "No," Harry said. "I improvised." Ron shook his head. "She's going to be annoyed." "She's going to be annoyed that I executed it without reviewing with her first," Harry said. "And then satisfied with the execution." "That is exactly how it's going to go," Ron agreed. Across the hall, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy was watching Harry with an expression that had shed most of its performed hostility and left something more genuine underneath, something that looked, if you knew where to look, very much like respect. Harry caught his eye. Draco held it for a moment, then gave a single, brief nod that was so small most people would have missed it. Harry nodded back. The first task was dragons. The irony of this was so complete that Harry sat with it for a full 24 hours before he was able to find it funny. The other champions panicked, planned, improvised. Harry went to the Forbidden Forest the night before and sat with Ignis and explained the situation, and through the bond felt something he'd rarely felt from his dragon, the particular joy of a creature that has been given an opportunity it finds genuinely entertaining. "You're going to help me," Harry said. Ignis communicated, "Obviously. The other dragons, the ones they've brought for the tasks, can you?" Already speaking to them, Ignis communicated. "They're angry about being used." "Understandably. What are they saying?" The impression was of resigned contempt. The dragons understood the situation, understood they were being used as obstacles in a human contest, and had the combined opinion of creatures who could incinerate the entire endeavor if they chose but found it more efficient not to. They would do what was required of them. They were not going to enjoy it. "Tell them," Harry said carefully, "that I'll speak to the ministry about their conditions afterward. And I mean it." A pause. Then, through the bond, a ripple of acknowledgement spreading to 4 dragons in Hogwarts grounds, the ripple of the Draconum Dominus bond passing through them and finding the thread that connected them all. The next morning, in the tent, Harry drew his dragon. Chinese fireball. He looked at the model in his palm and said nothing and went out into the arena. The fireball was waiting for him, crouched over her nest, scales blazing in the afternoon light, the most beautiful and dangerous thing in the arena. She looked at him with eyes the color of burning coal. Harry walked toward her without a wand out. The crowd went utterly, completely silent. The fireball watched him come, and through the network he felt the thread of acknowledgement, not deference, not submission, just the recognition of what he was and what that meant, and she tracked his movement with those burning eyes and then, very deliberately, shifted 15 inches to her left. Not moving away. Just, making room. In the way of a creature communicating, "I see you. I will not make this impossible." Harry walked past her, reached into the nest, took the golden egg, and walked back out. The crowd made a noise like the world ending. He scored perfect 10s from 4 out of 5 judges, because one judge, apparently, found his method too outside the spirit of the competition, which Hermione said in the aftermath was the most ridiculous mark deduction in the history of the tournament, and Ron said the real spirit of the competition was not dying, which Harry had technically achieved. "You communicated with a Chinese fireball," Cedric Diggory said, finding Harry outside the tent afterward. Cedric was the genuine champion, technically an adult by wizarding standards, smart and fair-minded and genuinely good. He'd handled his own dragon with skill and grace. He looked at Harry now with the honest assessment of one competitor for another. "How?" "Dragon bond," Harry said. "It extends to any dragon?" "Any dragon I've connected with through Ignis," Harry said. "Which is most of them." Cedric processed this. "Then, that's extraordinary." "Yes," Harry said. "You handled the horntail brilliantly, for what it's worth. The transfiguration was elegant." Cedric looked surprised to be complimented, the way genuinely good people are always slightly surprised by recognition. "Thank you," he said, and meant it. Harry thought, "I like this one. I'd like him to get through this." He didn't know yet what the tournament had at its heart. Didn't know about the maze and the cup and what was waiting at the other end. But the Dragon Network ran through everything, and some knowledge arrives before you're ready to name it, and there was a darkness gathering around the tournament's ending that Ignis had been reading in the castle's stones for weeks. Harry was paying attention. The portkey took him and Cedric to the graveyard. He knew the location, the bond knew. Ignis 3,000 feet above Hogwarts felt Harry's position shift with a violence that jerked him upright and then sent him into the air with a speed that had nothing to do with leisure and everything to do with wrong. He's somewhere wrong. Harry was on his feet the moment the spinning stopped, wand up before he could see properly, already calling the bond wide open. The man, Pettigrew, grey and wrong-eyed and holding something, cast the curse before Harry could react. Not at him. At Cedric. Cedric dropped. Harry had a fraction of a second in which rage and grief and the particular cold that comes with irreversible things passed through him like the Dementor cold, and then he was moving, because movement was what you did when you couldn't go back. Pettigrew's next curse hit him in the arm. He felt it, registered it, didn't fall. He cast back, not the controlled 3 in sequence from the campsite. This was different. This was Voldemort's graveyard and Cedric was dead and Harry's blood was in a cauldron and what was rising from it made the entire dragon network go silent with a depth of recognition that was ancient and absolute. Voldemort rose. He was tall and cold and beautiful in the way that things built around fear are always beautiful, everything excess burned away, leaving only the architecture of it. He had red eyes and a serpentine face and the magical signature that every dragon in the network had known on contact, the signature of the dark thing that had been split and scattered and hidden. He looked at Harry with those red eyes. "Harry Potter," he said, with the satisfaction of a man arriving at a conclusion he'd been working toward for 13 years. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. The silence in the graveyard had a quality. "You know my name," Voldemort said, and the satisfaction was still there but under it, something shifted. "I know quite a lot about you," Harry said. "I know what you were afraid of. I know what you did to yourself because of that fear. I know how many pieces you made." He kept his wand level. His arm was bleeding. "I know the diary is gone. I know Quirrell is gone. I know there are others. And knowing this," Voldemort said, stepping forward, "you're not afraid." "Should I be?" Harry said genuinely. The Death Eaters in the circle, 20 of them, masked, wands out, shifted at this. Not at the words. At the quality of it. The person who asks "should I be afraid" in a graveyard surrounded by enemies, and genuinely means the question, is not the person anyone expected to meet. Voldemort raised his wand. Crucio. Harry cast the protego he'd been building since the moment Voldemort started the motion, the strongest shield he could cast, backed by everything, backed by the bond which was screaming at him from the sky now, Ignis diving, already falling from 3,000 feet, the bond a line of absolute bright fire pulling between them across the dark. The shield held. Barely. Harry moved, not retreating, flanking, because standing still against someone faster and more practiced than you was a losing strategy. "You're better than expected," Voldemort said, following, no effort in his movement at all. "I'm 13, Harry said. "Give me time." "I don't plan to give you time," Voldemort said, and the killing curse came. Harry cast Priori Incantatem by accident and intention simultaneously, accident because the Brother Wand connection triggered it, intention because the bond had told him something important about what would happen if their wands connected, told him in the language of ancient dragon knowledge about the nature of twin cores and the magic that held them, knowledge that predated the founding of Hogwarts by 3,000 years. The golden thread appeared. The ghosts came. His parents. His mother said, "Hold on. A little longer." His father said, "When you're ready." Not before. Harry held. And then he let go, not of the thread, not of everything, just of the part that was standing still and waiting. He moved, broke the connection, called the bond with everything he had, Ignis hit the graveyard wall. Not through it, the wards were too strong, and Harry hadn't called him to breach them, had called him for something more specific. The sound traveled through stone and earth, the Ridgeback at full vocal capacity, a sound so old and fundamental that the 20 Death Eaters in the circle broke formation without meaning to, without understanding why, responding to something in their animal brainstem that recognized what the sound was. In the fraction of a second that gave him, Harry grabbed Cedric's hand and the port key and pulled them both through. He came back to Hogwarts on the grass in front of the stands, holding Cedric, and the crowd's noise went wrong immediately, the celebratory roar that had been building dying mid-breath, replaced by something else, something that understood before it understood. Dumbledore reached him first. Harry looked up at him from the ground and said, "He's back. Voldemort's back." "Cedric," he stopped. They killed Cedric. Dumbledore's face did something Harry had never seen it do before. He crouched down in the grass and put his hand on Harry's shoulder and said, "I know. I see." "Harry, I have names," Harry said. "The Death Eaters in the Circle. I have all of them." He was still holding his wand. The arm with the cut in it was soaked through his sleeve. "I'll write them down tonight. Every face I could see." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "We have to move fast. He'll be organizing immediately." "Harry," Dumbledore said gently, "you've just been." "I know what I've just been," Harry said. He stood up. The crowd was chaos around them, parents pushing toward the field, ministry officials materializing, Fudge with his lime green bowler hat looking like a man whose world has just broken around him. "I'll grieve Cedric properly. But not tonight. Tonight I need a parchment and a quill and Moody." "Not Moody," Dumbledore said, and his face had changed again, gone urgent. "Not Moody tonight. Trust me on that." Harry looked at him. "Trust me," Dumbledore said. Harry breathed out. "Okay," he said. "Okay." Through the bond, Ignis, still outside the wards, still present, the sound of him grounding Harry through the stone, sent something that was as close to tenderness as a dragon got. Warm and absolute and, here. "I'm here." "I know," Harry said, very quietly, to himself and to the bond. "I know you are." The last day of fourth year, Harry sat with Dumbledore and told him everything, the graveyard, the ritual, Pettigrew, Voldemort's words, the Death Eaters' faces and names, the Priori Incantatem, his parents. He told it completely and without protecting himself from any of it, which was the hardest part. When he was done, Dumbledore sat in silence for a long time. "You're not afraid," he said finally. "Even now. Even having stood in a graveyard and faced, I'm afraid," Harry said. "I'm afraid of losing people. I'm afraid of Cedric being dead and never being alive again. I'm afraid that I can't protect everyone." He paused. "I'm not afraid of Voldemort." "Why not?" Dumbledore asked, and it was a genuine question, not rhetorical. "Because I understand him," Harry said. "And you can't be properly afraid of something you understand. You can be careful of it. Respectful of it. But fear needs mystery to sustain itself." He looked at the old man. "Voldemort is a brilliant, powerful, gifted wizard who was more afraid of death than anything, and every choice he made after that started building the prison. The splitting, the hiding, the followers, it's all fear trying to look like power." He paused. "And I'm the one person he can't predict, because I genuinely don't care about the same things he cares about. I don't need to be immortal. I don't need to be the most powerful person alive. I just need to get to the end of this with the people I love still breathing." Dumbledore looked at him for a very long time. "You are," he said at last, "the most unexpectedly wise person I've met in 60 years of teaching." "I had a good teacher," Harry said. "Ignis. He doesn't overcomplicate things." "Dragons rarely do," Dumbledore said. The summer was different this time. The letters that came to Privet Drive were different, not fan mail, not ministry concerns, but a drumbeat of the world reorganizing itself around a fact it had refused to accept. Voldemort was back. The prophet didn't report it, Fudge had buried it, chosen the comfort of denial over the discomfort of truth, but the Dragon Network reported everything, and through the letters Harry sent to Hermione and Ron and Dumbledore, the real information moved. Sirius, cleared at last, the full hearing, the Veritaserum, Pettigrew's testimony obtained under circumstances Harry preferred not to specify, was in a house the ministry had sealed and released to him, 12, Grimmauld Place, dark and old and full of his family's legacy, which he was dismantling with the focused energy of a man who had spent 12 years in a cell and intends to make up for it. Harry went for 3 weeks in July, and Sirius cooked badly and told stories well, and they spent most evenings in the drawing room with Sirius talking about James and Harry listening and the gap between them closing millimeter by millimeter until it wasn't a gap anymore, just the space that sat naturally between two people who knew each other. I should have found you, Sirius said one evening. After. When Dumbledore placed you with the Muggles. I should have, you were in Azkaban, Harry said. Before. The year before. I should have, checked, yes, Harry said, because Sirius deserved honest, not comforted. You should have. But you were grieving and wrong accused and Azkaban came fast. He looked at him. You didn't, and I managed. Now you're here. Sirius was quiet. You're a hard person to apologize to. I accept the apology, Harry said. I've just also moved on from the thing you're apologizing for. How? Sirius said, with genuine want to know. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the 3-year-old who'd opened a door and found something that changed everything. I had someone who just, was there, he said. All the way through. And I focused on that instead of the things that weren't. He paused. Ignis. Sirius looked at him for a moment, and what was in his face was complicated, grief and love and the specific form of regret that can't be fixed, only accepted. Tell me about him, he said. Tell me everything. So Harry did. 5th year, and the world was loudly wrong in every possible way. Umbridge arrived as defense professor. The ministry had installed her. She was, Harry understood, the weapon of a ministry that had decided the best response to Voldemort's return was to deny it, and that the best response to Harry Potter was to discredit him. She took his wand on the first day and handed it back when he looked at her with those flat green eyes and said, very quietly, "That's not a good idea." She gave it back. She was, Harry thought, genuinely frightened of him, more frightened than anyone he'd met, because she understood, in the way bureaucratic minds understand power, that what Harry represented was something her institution couldn't regulate, couldn't manage, couldn't file paperwork about and contain. She would spend the year trying to control Hogwarts the way you close a fist around smoke. He started Dumbledore's army in October, in the room of requirement, with 30 students who deserved to learn defense from someone who'd actually done it. I'm not a teacher, Harry said, the first night. No, Hermione said, but you're the person who's actually faced what we might face. That's more useful. I'm 15, Harry said. 14 months ago you survived a graveyard, Ron said. That's past the point where age is the argument. So he taught. He taught it the way he knew it, which was practically, specifically, no unnecessary theory, always starting from what does this do and why does it work, the same framework he'd applied to everything since before he had a wand. Patron uses in week 4. The full class produced them, not perfectly, not all of them, but the silver forms filled the room of requirement with light, and Harry watched and thought, this is what it was all for. This moment. And through the bond, Ignis sent warmth. The ministry raid, when it came, was the night of Harry's detention with Umbridge, the one that had been escalating all year, the one with the blood quill, which Harry had been aware of as a calculated harassment and had endured because fighting it directly would have been the result she wanted and there were better ways. The better way arrived in the form of, he led Umbridge into the Forbidden Forest and let the centaurs handle her. Not violently, he made that clear to the herd, through the Dragon Network's connection to the centaurs' collective awareness, before he stepped into the trees. Detain. Don't harm. The centaurs had their own reasons for being unhappy with Umbridge, who had been contemptuous of them all year in the specific way of someone who catalogued everyone into useful and not useful. They were grateful for the opportunity. He went to the ministry that night with his friends, because Sirius was in danger. He'd seen it in the vision, and the vision was real enough that the risk of it being manufactured didn't outweigh the risk of it being true. Sirius wasn't there. The trap was. But Harry wasn't alone, and his people were not helpless, and through the bond Ignis was moving, tracking the magical signature of 30 Death Eaters descending on the ministry building with the specific heat sense of a creature that had been monitoring dark magical activity all year through the network. The Hall of Prophecy. The fight. Sirius, arriving with the order, alive and furious and fighting with the dangerous joy of someone who'd been wanting to do exactly this for years. Bellatrix, who killed him anyway, in the second of carelessness that you could never plan for, the terrible second that cost everything. Harry, kneeling in the Department of Mysteries, held the place where the veil had closed and felt the world restructure itself around the new absence, and thought, this is what he does. This is what Voldemort's fear costs. Not him. Everyone around him. And then Voldemort was there, and Dumbledore was there, and the duel in the Ministry atrium was something that later witnesses would describe for years, two of the greatest magical forces in a century contending with each other in marble and fire, and Harry stood in the middle of it and felt Voldemort's possession attempt hit him like a wave and felt through the bond, Ignis, outside the Ministry, pressed against the building in the dark city street, wings folded, waiting, the network, all. 40-some dragons, all the threads, his parents in the graveyard, hold on, Sirius laughing at something in the drawing room at Grimmauld Place, Ron moving chess pieces, you don't capture the piece that's about to reveal the strategy, and Harry said to the presence in his mind, to the fear wearing a face, this is what you can't understand. You broke yourself into pieces to survive. I'm made of other people and that's why I'm whole. Voldemort withdrew. The Minister of Magic was there. With witnesses. With evidence. The denial was over. In the weeks after, the world reorganized again. The prophet printed the truth. Fudge resigned. The Ministry convulsed in the way of institutions confronted with their failures. Aurors were mobilized. The Order was recognized. And the Dragon Network lit up, from one end of the world to the other, with 63 threads of connection, new ones, Dragon's Ignis had touched in the spring while ranging more widely than usual, all of them carrying the same message from the same source, multiplied across every contact. Harry felt it on a Tuesday morning in June, sitting in the Hogwarts library with Hermione's research spread around him and Ron asleep in his chair. The dragons were moving. Not one of them. All of them. The Chinese fireball from the tournament. The Hungarian horntails in Romania. The Welsh greens in the mountains. The Ukrainians, the Antipodean opolis, the Peruvian vipertooths, the African ridgebacks, species that hadn't shared territory in centuries, that had no reason to move in the same direction. But they were. Toward Britain. Harry sat very still with this for a moment. Then he went to find Dumbledore. They're coming, Harry said. Dumbledore looked up from his desk. He'd aged, in the past year, more than a year of time should have aged him, the way grief and war age people, but his eyes were still those eyes, still that extraordinary depth of attention. How many? I don't know exactly, Harry said. Most of them. Many of them. More than have been in one place since, I don't know since when. Since before the founding, maybe. He sat down without being invited. I don't know why. Don't you? Dumbledore said, and his voice was gentle in a way that said, think. Harry thought. About the bond. About what it was, not just a connection between him and Ignis, but a thread that ran through Ignis out to every dragon that had acknowledged the bond. And what he'd been, this year, not hiding it, not managing it, not keeping it small and contained. Standing in the Ministry atrium and being, completely, what he was. They felt it, Harry said slowly. When in the atrium. The bond opened fully. I wasn't managing it. I wasn't, you were entirely yourself, Dumbledore said. Perhaps for the first time, entirely. And the network felt that, Harry said. And they're coming, Dumbledore said. Yes. Harry was quiet for a moment. What does that mean? Practically. What happens when 63 dragons converge on Britain? I imagine, Dumbledore said, that we're about to find out. They came over 3 days. Not storming in, not dramatic, this wasn't an invasion, it was a gathering. The first arrived on a Thursday, a great Antipodean opally who settled in the mountains above Hogwarts with the unhurried dignity of a creature that has traveled very far for a specific purpose. By Friday evening there were 11. By Saturday morning, 37. Hogwarts, which had already been hosting one Norwegian Ridgeback for 3 years, had to restructure its relationship with the concept of grounds. McGonagall, who had been Harry's first institutional ally and who had spent 3 years developing the specific patience required to be on his side, surveyed the dragons arriving in the mountains through her office window and said, "We'll need to speak to the centaurs about territory boundaries." "Already done," Harry said. "Through the network. The centaurs have agreed to the East Forest. The dragons have agreed to the highlands and the mountain slopes. The boundary is the lake." She looked at him. "You arranged this before coming to tell me." "I knew it would be easier to discuss with a solution in place," Harry said. She turned back to the window. "How many total?" 63 confirmed. "Possibly more." He paused. "The Hebridean blacks from the Northern Islands sent acknowledgement this morning. I think they're coming too." "That's a significant population of the world's known dragon species," McGonagall said, with the measured quality of a woman who is processing something unprecedented while maintaining full professional function. "Yes," Harry said. "And they're here because I stopped hiding," Harry said. "What I am? I've been managing it since school started. Keeping Ignis at a distance, keeping the bond contained, trying not to make it too large." He looked out at the mountains where the shapes of landing dragons were visible against the grey sky. "In the ministry, I just was it. Completely. And they all felt it." McGonagall turned to look at him fully. She'd been his teacher for 5 years, longer than anyone except the dragon, and her face had a quality now that Harry had rarely seen on it. Not startled. Not professional. Just a person looking at another person they've watched become something, and finding the completed shape of it finally visible. "What happens now?" she said. "I'm going to meet them," Harry said. "Formally. Whatever that means." He paused. "I've never done anything formally as Dragon Lord. I've just been it." "You've been it rather effectively," she said drily. "Yes," he said. "But this feels like something else. Would you like company?" He thought about this. "Hermione and Ron," he said. "They should be there." He paused. "And you, if you want." She straightened her robes in the precise way she had, the movement of someone who takes the presentation of themselves as seriously as everything else. "I'll get my cloak," she said. They went out in the late afternoon, when the light was at that particular Scottish angle that made everything look as though it had always existed and always would. Harry walked across the grounds with Ron on his left and Hermione on his right, and McGonagall 3 steps behind. More actions right the next chapter now. Chapter 7, The Shape of War. The intelligence came through the network on a Tuesday in October, 3 weeks into Harry's 6th year, and it arrived the way the most important things always did, not loudly, not with the drama that human storytelling preferred, but quietly, in the early morning before breakfast while Harry was sitting at the edge of the forbidden forest with his back against a tree and Ignis sleeping 20 feet away. A viper tooth in the mountains of southern Albania sent a thread impression that Harry had learned to read the way you read weather, the shape of it, the texture, the direction it was coming from. Dark magic. Concentrated. Moving. Not like the scattered Death Eater activity he'd been monitoring for months, the disorganized regrouping of people who'd served Voldemort and were now trying to remember how to do it without him present to direct them. This was different in quality. Thicker. More intentional. Like something being made. Harry sat with it for a few minutes, reading the impression carefully, pulling threads from the surrounding network to triangulate. The Chinese fireball had caught the edge of something similar a week ago, he'd filed it as background static, which he now reconsidered. The iron belly above the Carpathians was sending something adjacent. The pattern between 3 independent data points, across 3 different dragon perspectives, made a shape Harry could read. Someone was working with one of the Horcruxes. Not finding it. Not even using it yet. But near it, in proximity, in a way that had disturbed the local magical atmosphere enough that creatures with ancient magical senses were noticing the disturbance. He went to Dumbledore before breakfast. The headmaster was already awake, Harry had learned in 6 years that Dumbledore was always already awake, as if sleep was something he did occasionally as a courtesy to human biological norms rather than something he required, and was sitting at his desk with a map and a letter that he set face down when Harry knocked. Albania, Harry said, sitting down without preamble. Southern region. 3 network contacts, independent, corroborating. Something interacting with dark preserved magic. A Horcrux. Dumbledore looked at him over his spectacles. When? The Vipertootha's impression put the peak disturbance at roughly 2 nights ago, Harry said. The Fireball's contact from last week, I think it was the beginning of the same event. Someone arrived in the area. He paused. I think they found one. Found one, Dumbledore said carefully. Or activated one. Found, Harry said. The disturbance is, searching, is the best word. Interacting with the object rather than using it. Like turning something over in your hands to understand what it is. He paused again. Someone on our side found it, or someone on his side rediscovered it. Dumbledore turned the letter on his desk face up and slid it across. It was from the Order. Harry recognized the handwriting, Kingsley's, firm and precise. He read it quickly. An Auror team deployed to Albania following up on a Death Eater sighting had found a cave. In the cave, which had been sealed with complex dark magic, they had found a ring. The ring had been removed and was now in Ministry custody. 3 of the 4 Aurors who'd handled it directly were in St. Mungo's. The ring is a Horcrux, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. I've known about the ring specifically for some time. I should have reached it first. He paused. I did not. What kind of condition are the Aurors in? Recovering, Dumbledore said. The curse on the ring, it's designed to activate on contact. A very powerful dark magic that treats the person who touches it as having broken a vow. The breaking of the vow is turned inward. He folded his hands on the desk. It is survivable, with the right treatment. What treatment? That's what I've been working on, Dumbledore said. For the past 2 days. Harry looked at the old man properly, at his hands, which were folded on the desk, and at the left hand specifically, which had the careful deliberate positioning of someone keeping something out of sight. Show me, Harry said. Harry, Dumbledore, Harry said, in the tone he used when he was done with oblique approaches. Show me. Dumbledore unfolded his hands. The left one was blackened from the ring finger to the wrist, the skin the color of scorched wood, the texture of something that had been fundamentally altered at the level that preceded appearance. It wasn't spreading, it had been contained, clearly, with significant magical effort, but what was there was permanent in a way that Harry felt through the bond with the same instinctive recognition he felt in the presence of all dark preserved magic. He looked at it for a long moment. How bad, he said. The curse is contained, Dumbledore said. It will not spread further. But what is done is done. He paused. I have perhaps a year. Possibly more, with continued treatment. Not indefinitely. Harry sat with this. He'd known, intellectually, that the war they were fighting had costs. He'd felt those costs specifically, Cedric in the graveyard, Sirius behind the veil, his parents in every conversation about his parents. He knew loss. What he sat with now was different, not the loss itself but the shape of the loss to come, already decided, already moving forward on its own schedule. The ring is destroyed, he said. The Horcrux element is destroyed, Dumbledore said. The Aurors will recover. The ring itself, is in Ministry custody. He paused. I should have been the one to handle it. You couldn't have known the Aurors would find it first, Harry said. No, Dumbledore agreed. But I should have moved faster. How many remain? Harry said. After the diary, after Quirrell, after everything we know. How many pieces of him are left? 4, Dumbledore said. That I can account for. The locket of Slytherin, I know roughly where it is. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff, less certain. Nagini, his snake, a living Horcrux, which is unusual and was probably created after the others. And one other that I have not been able to identify. He paused. I have been working on this for 3 years. You've been working on this alone, Harry said. I've been careful about who I involve, Dumbledore said. The information is dangerous. The more people who know, the more people who can help, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. That is one way to see it. It's the correct way, Harry said. You have the knowledge. I have the network. Between those two things we can do this faster and safer than either of us alone. He paused. Hermione has the research capacity. Ron has the strategic instinct. We've been your team for 5 years, Dumbledore. Stop managing us and use us. A silence that lasted long enough to say everything it needed to. The locket, Dumbledore said. I believe it's at a location called 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry went very still. In a cabinet, Dumbledore said. On the 2nd floor. The Black family collected dark objects for generations without always understanding what they were collecting. Sirius's house, Harry said. I've been reluctant to tell him, Dumbledore said. Given what the house means to him. You should have told him, Harry said. He stood. I'll tell him myself. Harry, he deserves to know what's in his own house, Harry said. I'll tell him this afternoon, and we'll retrieve it this weekend. Have Snape on standby for the destruction. I know you've been working with him on the process. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I know about Snape. A pause. What specifically do you know? Enough to know he's on our side and that whatever arrangement you two have, you trust him with your life, Harry said. So I'll extend the same courtesy. For now. He picked up his bag. Tell me the process for destroying them. I need to know exactly what we're dealing with. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, and in that moment Harry saw several things cross the old man's face in rapid succession, the instinct to manage, the instinct to protect, and then something else, something that was neither, something that looked very much like the decision a person makes when they finally accept help they should have asked for earlier. Basilisk venom, Dumbledore said. Or fiend fire. Or another object of sufficient magical power. He paused. Gryffindor's sword, for instance. Would work very well. Harry thought about the sword in his trunk, where it had been living since 2nd year because it seemed inadvisable to leave it in the vault. Right, Harry said. I'll be back tonight for the full briefing. Don't have breakfast without me. I had breakfast 3 hours ago, Dumbledore said, mildly. Then have it again, Harry said, and left. Sirius took the news the way Sirius took most news that required genuine courage, directly, with his chin up and his eyes doing the complicated internal work that his face was too proud to show. A Horcrux, he said. In the cabinet on the 2nd floor. The one with the lock your mother charmed to never open, Harry said. I'm almost certain that's it. I should have told you about that cabinet, Sirius said. He was sitting at the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place with a mug of tea going cold in his hands. I've walked past it 100 times. I thought it was more of her dark collection. It is, Harry said. Just more significant than most of it. She had a piece of Voldemort in her house, Sirius said, with a kind of dark wonder. She'd have been horrified. Or proud. Honestly, with my mother, you couldn't always tell the difference. I need the locket, Harry said. Can you open the cabinet? I've been trying to open that cabinet for 2 years, Sirius said. It's got blood magic on it. Black family seal. He paused. I'm the only surviving Black, technically, so I should be able to open it, but there's something else on top, darker. Something that repels the head of House Seal. Because the locket added its own protections when it was stored there, Harry said. Horcruxes do that. They accrete protective magic over time. He thought about this. I might be able to cut through it. The bond, you touch it? Sirius said. Through Ignis, Harry said. Remotely. I've been developing that application for 2 years, using the bond as a conduit for magical work at a distance. It's not perfect, but for a targeted intervention, he paused. I'd need the sword within reach. You have Gryffindor's sword, Sirius said, in the tone of someone recalling approximately 11 moments of recent history and re-evaluating several of them. Since second year, Harry said. Of course you do, Sirius said. He set down his tea. All right. When? Saturday, Harry said. I'll bring Ron and Hermione. Dumbledore will be here with Snape. Snape, Sirius said flatly. Sirius. I know, Sirius said. I know. It's fine. He said this with the effort of someone who has decided something and intends to honor the decision regardless of how much their instincts object. It's fine. It is, actually, Harry said. I know it's difficult. Don't be understanding about it, Sirius said. It makes it worse. Sorry, Harry said. He wasn't, quite. But Sirius needed the apology more than he needed the accuracy. That evening, Harry sat with Dumbledore for 3 hours and learned everything. Not the managed version, not the carefully selected information portioned out in amounts deemed appropriate, all of it. The Horcrux theory developed across 30 years of research. The specific objects Dumbledore had identified. The history of Tom Riddle, which Harry listened to with the focused attention he gave everything and the specific additional attention he gave to things that helped him understand how a person became what Voldemort had become. Because that was the thing he'd been thinking about since the graveyard. Not how to defeat Voldemort, he had ideas about that, clearer ones every year. But how to understand him completely enough that nothing he did could be a surprise. You couldn't be surprised by someone you fully understood. Dragons had taught him that. He was lonely, Harry said, partway through the account. Dumbledore paused. Yes, he said. Profoundly. From birth, in a way he never learned to address. And brilliant, Harry said. But no one around him who was brilliant in the same direction. No one he could be honest with. Correct. So he chose power as a substitute, Harry said. Because power gives you a relationship with everyone without requiring you to be vulnerable to anyone. He thought about this. It's not so different from other choices people make. No, Dumbledore said, quietly. It's not. The Horcruxes are the same logic, Harry said. He couldn't control death, so he broke himself into pieces that could survive it. Gave up coherence for persistence. He paused. Every piece of himself he put in an object was a piece of himself he gave away. He thinks he was preserving himself. He was actually distributing himself. Thinning out. Dumbledore looked at him with those brilliant blue eyes, and what was in them now was something that Harry recognized from McGonagall's expression on the mountain, a person watching a completed shape become visible. The Voldemort we face now, Dumbledore said carefully, is not the complete person who existed before the night he came for your parents. He is significantly reduced. How much of him is actually left in his body? Harry said. Perhaps a seventh, Dumbledore said. Perhaps less. Harry thought about what it would be like to be a seventh of yourself. To have given away so much of your own coherence in the name of survival that the thing surviving wasn't recognizably you anymore. He's already lost, Harry said. He just doesn't know it. He has significant power remaining, Dumbledore said. Do not underestimate. I'm not underestimating him, Harry said. I'm saying he's building towards something he already can't have. Even if he gets everything he wants, kills me, controls the wizarding world, achieves immortality, the thing that gets it isn't Tom Riddle anymore. It's what's left of Tom Riddle after he gutted himself for a century. He paused. That's the tragedy of him. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. You're more generous to him than he deserves, he said. Understanding isn't generosity, Harry said. Understanding is tactical. He met the old man's eyes. If I understand him completely, he can't surprise me. And if he can't surprise me, I'll always be ahead of him. And when you're ahead of him? Dumbledore said. Then I end it, Harry said simply. Properly. All the pieces, and then him. He paused. What happens when all the Horcruxes are gone and I face what's left? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Something moved in his expression that Harry had seen before, the thing he called the grief calculation layer, the place where Dumbledore kept information he hadn't decided how to deliver. There is something I need to tell you, Dumbledore said. About the night Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow. About what happened when he cast the killing curse and it rebounded. He paused. About what that rebound did. To him, and, incidentally, to you. Harry looked at him steadily. Tell me, he said. He left Dumbledore's office at midnight and went to the forest. Not straight to Ignis, he walked the long way, around the lake, because he needed the motion of it, the cold air, the sound of water. He walked with his hands in his pockets and processed what Dumbledore had told him, turning it over the way he turned all difficult things, not fighting it, not refusing it, just examining it until it stopped being shocking and became simply true. He was a Horcrux. Not deliberately. Not created with any intention. When Voldemort had attempted the killing curse on a 1-year-old child and the curse had rebounded, when his own spell had ripped a piece of his already fragmented soul from his body, that piece had anchored itself in the only living vessel nearby. The child. Harry. For 15 years he'd been carrying a fragment of Voldemort's soul inside him. He stopped at the lake's edge. The water was dark and still, the giant squid somewhere far below, the stars reflected in the surface. He looked at his own reflection, dark-haired, green-eyed, scar on his forehead. The same face he'd always had. The same person. He felt the bond. Ignis, in the forest, had felt the change in his state the moment Dumbledore started telling him, had been tracking Harry across the castle grounds with the focused attention of a creature that knew when something significant had shifted. I know, Harry sent through the bond. Ignis's response was immediate and simple and entirely characteristic. Does it change anything? Harry thought about it honestly. The Horcrux piece inside him, he could feel it now, trying to, a faint dark presence he'd always attributed to the bond's sensitivity to dark magic, never questioning it, never imagining it was this close. He reached for it carefully, through the bond, the way you reach for something you're not sure of. It was there. And it was small. Incredibly small, compared to everything else. Compared to the bond with Ignis, which was vast and warm and completely his. Compared to the threads of the network, spreading outward. Compared to 15 years of being exactly who he was. A sliver of something that had thought it was claiming a host and had instead been carried, quietly, by someone who grew up to be something it had no defense against. No, Harry sent to Ignis. It doesn't change anything. Good, Ignis said, with the absolute simplicity of a creature that has no patience for existential spiraling. Harry stood at the lake for another minute. Then he said, quietly, to the dark and the water and the stars, I'll deal with it. The way he'd always dealt with things. Practically, completely, in the order they needed to be dealt with. He turned and went to find Ignis. Saturday arrived the way Saturdays do when something important is scheduled, slightly too fast and with weather that failed to understand the occasion. It was grey and rain-threatened, with a wind off the Scottish hills that had opinions about warmth. They gathered at Grimmauld Place by 9 in the morning, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Dumbledore, and Snape, who arrived last and who Harry watched carefully and with the specific attention he gave people he was reassessing. He'd been reassessing Snape for a year, since he'd understood enough about the man's position between two worlds to understand how difficult that position was, and how much courage it required to maintain, and how much he resented needing the courage at all. Sirius opened the door and let Snape in with the expression of someone completing a commitment they've made to themselves. Snape walked past him with the expression of someone extending the same effort in the opposite direction. Both of them, Harry thought, were doing something genuinely hard and choosing not to make it someone else's problem. He appreciated that. The second-floor cabinet was where Sirius had described it, tall, dark wood, carved with the black family crest, sealed with a silence that had the particular quality of old protective magic that had had time to settle into the grain. Harry stood in front of it with the sword Dracontius in his hand and the bond open wide. "Can you feel it?" Hermione said, beside him. "Yes," Harry said. "Like a pressure." The Horcrux recognizing an approach. "Is it dangerous to you specifically?" she said. She stopped. She knew. He'd told them both, the day after Dumbledore told him. Ron's response had been, "Right. We destroy the others first, then deal with that one." Hermione's response had been 40 minutes of research followed by a specific plan that she presented the following morning with her hands steady and her voice careful and her eyes showing clearly that she'd had her own 40 minutes of her own feelings about it before she'd made the plan. Harry loved them both for exactly how they were. "It won't activate through the bond," Harry said. "I've mapped the distinction. It can't reach me through that channel without going through Ignis first, and Ignis would incinerate it," Ron said, from his position by the door where he was keeping watch with a wand and the easy readiness of someone who had been in enough situations to know how to be useful in one. "Essentially," Harry said. He placed his palm on the cabinet door, feeling through the bond rather than through contact, using Ignis as a lens, a focus, the way he'd been developing for 2 years. The bond hummed. The cabinet's protective magic activated in response, pushing back, and Harry felt the Horcrux inside doing the same, a dark, urgent pressure outward, the instinct of a piece of preserved soul recognizing threat. He pushed through it. Not with brute force, with specificity. The same way he'd cast Petrificus at Quirrell in first year, the same precision of intention before action. He identified the specific sealing magic, found its structure, and unwound it the way you follow a thread back to its source, carefully, completely, without pulling so hard it tangled. The cabinet lock clicked. Sirius stepped forward and opened it. Inside, on a shelf between a collection of cursed objects that Hermione immediately documented with professional focus, was a locket. Old gold, heavy, with a serpentine S worked in green stone. It had the presence of something that knew it had been found. Harry looked at Snape. "Ready?" Snape was already prepared, the specific potion he'd developed, Dumbledore's research, 3 years of working on the process. He had everything laid out on the cleared surface beside the cabinet with the precise organization of someone for whom precision was a point of professional pride. He looked at Harry and said, "Place it on the cloth. Do not touch the metal directly." "I know," Harry said. "I'm aware that you know," Snape said, in the tone that managed to make acknowledgement sound like criticism, which was something only Snape could do. "I'm telling you anyway, because repetition before dangerous procedures is sensible rather than redundant, and if you argue with me about that I will be significantly less cooperative." Harry placed the locket on the cloth without arguing. The destruction of a Horcrux was not a simple or clean process. Harry had been warned about this and the warning hadn't fully prepared him for the reality of it. The locket's reaction was violent in the magical sense, the preserved piece of soul inside it protesting its destruction with everything available to it, including projections and illusions aimed at whoever was present. The illusions went for weak points, Dumbledore's hands, Sirius's grief, Ron's family. When it turned Harry's direction, it did what it always did, found the Horcrux piece inside him, tried to speak to it, tried to use it as a channel. Harry closed the bond around it like a fist. The locket's illusion flickered. Tried again. Met the full weight of the bond, of Ignis, vast and ancient and completely oriented on Harry's well-being, and simply had nothing left to work with. The sword came down. The sound the locket made when Dracontius pierced it was not a sound Harry wanted to remember but knew he would. It went, and the room felt cleaner, and Sirius sat down on the floor because his knees had briefly made a decision his brain hadn't approved. "That's 2, Ron said. 3, Harry corrected. "The diary in second year." "Right," Ron said. 3. He looked at Harry. You all right? Yes, Harry said. No dramatic side effects. None, Harry said. He checked through the bond anyway, felt Ignis's steady answering warmth, checked the dark sliver of Horcrux's presence in himself. Unchanged. The locket's destruction hadn't affected it at all, which was both expected and a relief. The cup is next, Dumbledore said from the doorway, where he'd been standing through the whole process with the expression of someone watching and cataloguing. I have a location. It will be more difficult than this. When? Harry said. A month, Dumbledore said. I need to confirm the protections around it. He paused. And I need to ask you something, Harry. Before we proceed further. Everyone in the room had gone still in the way they went still when Dumbledore used that specific tone. The prophecy, Dumbledore said. You know about it. I heard it in the Department of Mysteries, Harry said. Last year. Then you know what it says about the end of this, Dumbledore said. About what it requires. Neither can live while the other survives, Harry said. One of us has to go, and it can't be a standoff. He paused. I've known. I worked out the implications of the Horcrux inside me a month ago, before you told me. I'd like to address it directly. There is a way, Dumbledore said, carefully. But it requires, I let him kill me, Harry said. Under specific conditions. The piece of his soul in me dies, and the rest of me survives, because my mother's protection means his killing curse has never once been able to properly kill me. He looked at Dumbledore. I worked it out. The silence in the room had weight. Ron said, very quietly, that's the plan. Part of it, Harry said. Temporarily. I'm not being heroically noble about it. I'm being strategic. There's a difference. He looked at Ron directly. I come back. The logic holds, his curse doesn't stick to me, it never has, the protection overrides it. I let it hit me, the fragment in me dies, and then I come back and we finish the rest of it. He paused. I need everyone in this room to know because I can't do this with any of you trying to stop it when the moment comes. Another silence. Hermione was looking at him with those eyes that saw clearly and completely and didn't look away from things. She said, after a moment, you've been modeling this since when? Since Dumbledore told me about the Horcrux in me, Harry said. October. 3 weeks ago. And you're certain the protection holds, she said. Not a question. Testing. Certain enough, Harry said. The logic is complete. Lily's sacrifice, the magic of it, it's a standing enchantment on my life force. His curse can't permanently take what the enchantment protects. He paused. I've tested the logic 6 different ways. Hermione, you'd have arrived at the same conclusion. She looked at her notes. Looked at him. Said, yes. I would have. She closed the notebook. I don't like it. I know, Harry said. I accept it, she said, with the precision of someone drawing a clear line between those two things. I don't like it either, Ron said. For the record. Recorded, Harry said. And I also accept it, Ron said. Still for the record. Sirius was on his feet from the floor. He was looking at Harry with those open eyes, the Azkaban gray almost entirely gone from them now, replaced by something much more alive. He said, your father would have, he stopped. Actually, your father would have argued about it. Loudly, for a while. And then he'd have accepted it too, because James always knew when the logic was sound, even when he hated the logic. He paused. Your mother would have worked out the protection angle before you explained it and would have just nodded, very calmly, which would have been more frightening than your father's argument. Harry looked at him. Which one am I doing? The calm one, Sirius said. You're doing the calm one. Something in his expression complicated itself. She'd have been so proud of you. I want you to know that. Every day, I want to say it. You don't have to say it every day, Harry said. But I'm glad you do. Snape, who had been standing by his equipment through this exchange with the air of someone pretending to organize things that didn't need organizing, said, without looking up, the potion requires the hour before midnight to be effective for the cup's specific protections. We should discuss timing. It was the most tactful exit from an emotional moment Harry had ever seen Snape execute, which was a bar he hadn't expected to clear. Right, Harry said. Let's discuss timing. The cup was in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. Griphook, when Harry went to him the following week, looked at the proposal Harry laid out with the expression of a goblin who has been in banking long enough to have seen several things he didn't expect, and who has updated his expectations accordingly. You want access to a vault that isn't yours, Griphook said. Through a mechanism that would require us to violate goblin banking confidentiality. I want to destroy a dark object that is harmful to the world and that is currently being used against the magical community, Harry said. Gringotts has a formal interest in maintaining the stability of the magical world. The Horcrux network is a direct threat to that stability. Be that as it may, there's also the question of what the Draconum Dominus title means for goblin-wizard relations, Harry said. Historically, the Dragon Lord has functioned as a diplomatic channel between goblin and wizard civilization, given the shared relationship with gold and with dragons. That function has been dormant for 900 years. Griphook looked at him. I'd like to revive it, Harry said. Formally. With appropriate recognition of goblin sovereignty and goblin legal frameworks as distinct from ministry frameworks. He paused. That conversation would start differently if we begun our relationship with me asking you to break your own rules. Wouldn't it? A long pause. The vault access, Griphook said, can be arranged under a specific clause of the emergency protocol that has existed in goblin banking law since the 13th century. For the removal of objects that threaten the security of the bank itself. He paused. A Horcrux in a Gringotts vault is plausibly a threat to the bank's magical security. Plausibly, Harry agreed. I'll need to review the clause, Griphook said. And consult with the senior counsel. He looked at Harry with those sharp dark eyes. The diplomatic channel discussion. After, Harry agreed. I'll have something prepared. He left Gringotts into the October morning of Diagon Alley and found Hermione waiting on the steps with Ron eating something from a paper bag, and Hermione said, well. 2 weeks, Harry said. We're in. Gringotts, Ron said. We're breaking into Gringotts. We're accessing a vault under emergency protocol, Harry said. By using dragon diplomacy to leverage goblin law, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. Ron ate whatever he was eating. That's either brilliant or the most complicated thing you've ever done. It's both, Hermione said, already walking. It's definitely both, Harry agreed, and followed her. The cup was destroyed the first week of November, in a vault corridor below Gringotts in the presence of Griphook and 2 goblin security officers who observed the process with the professional thoroughness of creatures whose relationship with dark objects went back several millennia and who found Draconcious's effectiveness on the Horcrux exactly as interesting as Harry had expected they would. For down. Nagini and the unknown one remaining. Then the piece inside himself. Then Voldemort. Harry walked back through Diagon Alley in the November cold with Hermione and Ron, and felt the network, all threads, all the dragons across the world, and through them the ancient magical fabric that dragons read better than any wizard, and felt it too, the shape of what was coming. The war that Voldemort was building, slower than expected, more cautious after the graveyard and the ministry, but building. Consolidating forces. Moving toward something. He'd be ready. He was already ready, had been for years, in the way that the bond had been making him ready since he was 3 and the egg cracked and the copper eyes found his in the dark. Food, Ron said, in the leaky cauldron's direction. Seriously, Hermione said. It's 11 in the morning. I destroyed a Horcrux, Ron said. That's a meal-worthy event. You watched Harry destroy a Horcrux, Hermione said. I watched it very supportively, Ron said. With energy I need to replace. Harry opened the leaky cauldron door. He has a point, he said. He always has a point, Hermione said, going in. I'm more concerned about the principle. The principle of eating? Ron said. The principle of using significant events as excuses for, Hermione, Harry said. Yes. Order something, Harry said. She opened her menu with the dignity of someone choosing their battles. Harry sat down at the table in the warm noise of the leaky cauldron and reached through the bond, Ignis, in the mountains above Hogwarts, on the wind, copper eyes on the sky. The threads of the network spread out from that point, north and east and south and west, each one a connection, each one a piece of the picture. 4 Horcruxes gone. 3 to go, including himself. Including the piece of Voldemort he'd been carrying for 15 years that had never once been able to touch who he actually was. He picked up his menu. The daily special, Ron told him, without being asked. It's always better than it sounds. It sounds like shepherd's pie, Harry said. Exactly, Ron said. Trust me. Harry trusted him. Chapter 8, The Things We Carry. March arrived in Scotland with the specific personality of a month that hasn't decided yet, cold mornings, sudden warmth at midday, evenings that went grey and sharp without warning. The mountains above Hogwarts held their dragons through all of it, and Harry had learned that you could read the weather by watching the ridge. If the Iron Belly was flying, conditions were manageable. If she was grounded, something significant was coming. She was grounded for the entire first week of March. Harry noted this through the bond the way he noted everything, quietly, filed, cross-referenced against what the rest of the network was sending. The dragons in Eastern Europe were restless. The Viper-tooth in Albania had gone silent 3 days ago, which meant it had either moved territory or was choosing not to communicate, which the Viper-tooth had never done before in 4 years of contact. He was in the library when Hermione found him, which was where he was most mornings before breakfast. Not studying, reading, which was a different thing, the unscheduled wide-ranging reading that happened when he followed a question until it answered itself or generated a better question. There's something in the prophet, she said, and the way she said it told him everything about the category of something before she showed him the page. He read it. A village in the north of England, 40 miles from nowhere. The kind of place that appeared in census records and not much else. Every person in it had been found the previous morning in a state of magical suspension, not hurt, not obliviated, not killed. Suspended. Aware. Unable to move or communicate, standing in their daily positions like a photograph taken of a moment and then left to exist in that moment indefinitely. 23 people. Suspended mid-act, a woman with her hand on a kettle, a man halfway through closing a car door, 2 children in a garden. Left there. Not killed. Not used. Just, stopped. It's a demonstration, Harry said. That's what I thought, Hermione said. She sat down. Not Death Eaters. Death Eaters kill. This is, Voldemort, personally. Showing that he can do something specific. Something the Ministry can't reverse, Harry said. He read the article again. The Aurors have been trying to break the suspension for 18 hours and nothing's worked. Standard finite incantations, counter curses, because it's not a standard curse, Hermione said. It's based in a different magical architecture. I've been in the restricted section since 6 this morning. She put a folder on the table. She'd been at this for hours before finding him, had gathered and organized and then brought the completed picture. That was Hermione. It's a form of permanent stasis derived from goblin magic. Pre-ministry. Pre-Hogwarts. The kind of thing that was regulated out of practice in the 13th century. Regulated, not lost, Harry said. Voldemort specializes in regulated not lost, she said. Harry looked at the article again. 23 people, held mid-motion. Alive, aware, unable to move or speak. It had a specific cruelty to it that was different from killing. Killing ended things. This was indefinite. This was a message about what indefinite meant. He's escalating, Harry said. Not attacking, announcing. He wants the ministry to know what he has. And he wants us to know he can do it without killing, Hermione said. Which means he's made a decision about how to use this specific tool. Leverage, Harry said. If you can suspend people without killing them, you have something more useful than a weapon. You have currency. He closed the folder. He's going to start using people as hostages. In suspended states, not killed. Because dead hostages lose value and live suspended ones maintain it indefinitely. Which changes the strategic picture, Hermione said. Significantly, Harry said. He reached through the bond. Ignis, on the mountain, was already awake and tracking something. The impression was of something far south, dark magical signature, familiar in its quality, moving with the specific purposefulness that meant Voldemort was directing rather than delegating. He's in Britain, Harry said. Hermione went very still. Now. South of here. Moving. Harry tracked through the bond, careful and precise, using Ignis as a lens across the distance. He's not heading here. Not yet. He pulled back. But he was somewhere south of Birmingham last night. That's closer than he's come since the graveyard. I'm telling Dumbledore, Hermione said, already standing. I'll come, Harry said. You finish what you were reading first, she said. 10 minutes. Dumbledore's had the Prophet since 5 this morning, and he has Fawkes for the network. He knows Voldemort's in Britain. What he doesn't have is your read on the stasis magic. Bring your thoughts. She left with the folder under her arm, already composing what she was going to say. Harry sat for a moment in the quiet of the library and looked at the square of pale March sky outside the window. He reached through the bond to Ignis again, not for information this time. Just to feel the anchor of it. The steadiness. Coming, Ignis communicated, unprompted. Not a warning. Just a fact. He's coming. Not today. But coming. I know, Harry said. Ready? Getting there, Harry said. Which was honest. Which Ignis appreciated more than reassurance. Dumbledore's office was warmer than the rest of the castle, which Harry had always thought was probably intentional. He arrived with his notes, actual notes, something he'd been doing more of since 6th year, the discipline of writing thoughts down being something Hermione had successfully argued for, and found Dumbledore with Snape and McGonagall already present, and Hermione sitting with her folder open on her knees and the expression of someone who has been presenting information for 6 minutes and is ready to present it to Harry's additional data now. The stasis magic, Dumbledore said, when Harry sat. Pre-13th century goblin derivation, Harry said. But that's not what's significant about it. The significant thing is the decision to use it instead of something lethal. That's a strategy shift. He looked at the room. He's moved from building a power base to demonstrating a specific capability. He wants the ministry to understand that he can hold people, not just hurt them, indefinitely. Which changes the entire threat model. McGonagall, who had been listening with her hands folded, said, he's creating a deterrent. And a currency, Harry said. Suspended hostages don't need feeding or guarding beyond the stasis. They can be used to prevent specific actions, attack him and the hostages remain suspended forever, or are killed, or are never released. It's a much more sophisticated coercion than killing because it doesn't spend the resource. You've been thinking about this since this morning, Snape said. Since the article, Harry said. Snape looked at him with those black eyes, the evaluation that Harry had learned to read as the highest form of attention Snape gave anything. The goblin magic, he said. You spoke to Griphook? Not yet. I will today. Harry looked at Dumbledore. The 23 people in North Yorkshire, have any of the Ministry's attempts worked? None, Dumbledore said. I've been in contact with Kingsley. Griphook will know the countermeasure, Harry said. The stasis magic is goblin in origin and the countermeasure will be too. The Ministry's been trying wizard solutions to goblin magic. He paused. I'll go to Gringotts this afternoon. The Ministry hasn't requested, McGonagall began. I'm not going for the Ministry, Harry said. I'm going because 23 people are stuck in suspended mid-motion and they've been that way for 18 hours and the Ministry is failing them. He looked at her. Bones will authorize my involvement. She always does. She finds you useful, Snape said, in a tone that managed to be neither complimentary nor critical. Mutual, Harry said. Also the diplomatic channel with Gringotts gives me standing that the Ministry doesn't have. Griphook doesn't answer their owls. He answers mine. The dragon diplomacy arrangement you formalized in October, Hermione said, for the benefit of anyone who hadn't been tracking. Yes, Harry said. He looked at Dumbledore. Voldemort is in Britain. South of Birmingham, moving, no clear destination based on what the network can read. He'll resurface somewhere deliberate soon. I'd like to know before it happens rather than after. I'll activate the Order's monitoring, Dumbledore said. The full network. He paused. Harry. The thing I told you in October, the timeline on my condition, you have until summer, Harry said, evenly. I haven't forgotten. I wanted to raise it because the timing of Voldemort's escalation, I know, Harry said. He knows too, probably. That you're not well. He has sources at the Ministry if nothing else. Harry looked at the blackened hand that Dumbledore kept below the desk line. Which means he may be timing his escalation to your timeline. The room was quiet. He's trying to remove you before the end, Harry said. Either directly or by accelerating the schedule enough that whatever plan depends on you, the Horcrux information, the network coordination, whatever you've been building toward, doesn't complete in time. Then we need to accelerate our own schedule, Hermione said. Nagini, Harry said. The snake. She's with him. Wherever he is in Britain, she's there. She's also the most vulnerable of the remaining Horcruxes to the Dragon Network. She's alive, she has a magical signature the network can read. If I can triangulate her position through the bond, you can find him, Ron said, from the doorway. He'd come in halfway through, slipping in quietly in the way he did when he wanted to hear the situation before joining it. When did you last eat? He added, which was aimed at Harry specifically. Breakfast, Harry said. It's 11:30, Ron said. I'll eat after Gringotts, Harry said. You'll eat before, Ron said. He held out a bread roll, which he'd apparently brought for exactly this contingency. Harry took it. Dumbledore looked at this exchange with an expression that was entirely warm and entirely unguarded for a moment. He looked like a man watching something he'd hoped for a very long time and was glad to see. After Gringotts, Dumbledore said. Come back and tell me what Griphook says. I will, Harry said, through the bread roll. And Dumbledore, yes. Whatever you're not telling me yet about the final plan, Harry said. Tell me this week. I'm not working with partial information anymore. Not at this stage. A pause. This week, Dumbledore said. Yes. Gringotts smelled the same as it always did, metal and old magic and the specific clean sharpness of a place where significant quantities of gold are stored, which had its own olfactory quality that Harry had never been able to adequately describe to Ron, who had never been in the deep vaults and was skeptical of the claim that gold smelled like anything. Griphook received him in the small meeting room on the 4th floor that had become their standard space for conversations that were not banking transactions. He was already seated, which meant he'd been expecting the visit, which meant the goblins had their own intelligence network and it was functioning well. The North Yorkshire event, Griphook said, before Harry spoke. Yes, Harry said. We were aware of it at midnight, Griphook said. The magic used is of goblin origin. Older than the current banking protocols. From a period, he paused, in the way he did when he was selecting how much to share. From a period when goblin and wizard conflict was conducted differently. It was used in war, Harry said. As a weapon of occupation, Griphook said. You occupy a village. You suspend its inhabitants. You leave them as proof that you were there and will return if opposed. The suspended people serve as a standing threat to anyone in the region considering resistance. He folded his hands. It was considered unconscionable even at the time. The treaty that ended the Third Goblin War specifically, can it be reversed? Harry said. Yes, Griphook said. The countermeasure is goblin magic and cannot be performed by a wizard. Will you perform it? Harry said. A pause. The ministry has not requested goblin assistance. I'm requesting it, Harry said. On behalf of the Dragon Lord's diplomatic framework. Which is not a ministry institution, Griphook said. No, Harry said. It's a direct relationship between my office and Gringotts. Independent of ministry authorization. He paused. Which is exactly the point. Griphook looked at him with those sharp dark eyes. In 4 years of working with Harry, the goblin's expression had developed nuances that Harry had learned to read. There was a quality now that he associated with Griphook assessing not the request but the relationship. Testing, as goblins regularly did, whether the relationship had the integrity they required before investing further. The diplomatic channel, Griphook said, includes a provision for goblin intervention in situations affecting the magical community's stability. This qualifies. He paused. 3 of our senior specialists will go to North Yorkshire this afternoon. Thank you, Harry said. The ministry, Griphook said, will not enjoy learning that a goblin team resolved what their Aura division could not. No, Harry said. But the 23 people in North Yorkshire will enjoy not being suspended anymore. Pragmatic, Griphook said, with the specific approval he reserved for priorities he respected. You wish to discuss something else. The snake, Harry said. Nagini. She's a living magical creature of significant power, which means the Dragon Network can detect her indirectly through environmental disturbance. But I want a more precise locating method. He paused. Do the goblins have any seismic magical sensing that might triangulate a specific creature's location over distance? Griphook was quiet for a moment. Not precisely, he said. But we have something adjacent. He looked at Harry. The deep veins of gold through the earth, the magical ley lines that connect our vault systems across Britain, they act as a sensing network for magical disturbance. We use them for security purposes. He paused again. A living creature carrying the specific type of preserved dark soul that a Horcrux contains would create a detectable disturbance in those veins. You can locate Nagini through the ley line network, Harry said. We can detect a location radius, Griphook said. Specific to within perhaps 5 miles. That's enough, Harry said. When can you run the check? I'll have a result by tomorrow morning, Griphook said. He looked at Harry steadily. You're moving quickly. We're on someone else's timeline now, Harry said. He's in Britain and he's escalating. I'd rather close the gap than wait for him to close it. And when you have the location? Then we have a conversation about what comes next, Harry said. I'm not going in without a complete plan. You are occasionally accused of going in without a complete plan, Griphook said. I always have a plan, Harry said. Sometimes the plan is made very quickly. That's different. Griphook's expression did the thing that wasn't quite a smile. Tomorrow morning, he said. Early. I'll be here, Harry said. He was back at Hogwarts by 2 and went directly to the Room of Requirement, which had been the DA's space for 2 years and which had, over that time, developed the specific character of a room that knew what it was for. It configured itself without being asked now, a practice space with the clear floor and the practice dummies and the wall of reference books and the specific light that was best for dueling work. Harry stood in the center of it alone and worked. Not the DA curriculum, he'd been beyond that for a year. He worked on the things he'd been developing himself, the chain casting he'd been refining since first year, the bond-mediated spellwork that was his own invention and had no textbook source. He worked on the stasis magic, the reversal method that Grip Hook had explained in the meeting, which wasn't castable by a wizard through conventional means but which Harry had a theory about, a bond-mediated theory, using Ignis as a conduit for goblin-adjacent magical frequencies. He worked for 2 hours, until the theory became practice and the practice became reliable and the reliable became something he could execute without thinking, which was when it was actually useful. When he stopped, Ron was sitting on the window ledge with his arms folded and his legs stretched out, watching. "How long have you been there?" Harry said. "About 40 minutes, Ron said. "You were busy." Harry summoned water from the side table. "Come in so I can show you something." Ron got up from the window and came to the floor and stood opposite Harry with his wand out and the easy competence he'd had in dueling practice since 4th year. Ron was not the most talented practitioner in the DA, had never pretended to be, but he'd developed a specific quality over time that Harry valued more than raw talent. He thought under pressure. Real pressure, the kind that made most people reactive, made Ron deliberate. "Stasis magic," Harry said. "What he used in North Yorkshire. I've been working on a counter-application." "A counter-application," Ron said. "You reverse it?" "I redirect it," Harry said. "The magic creates a field around a target that suspends their time-local experience. The redirection I've been working on turns the field outward instead of inward, it becomes a protective bubble rather than a cage. Same architecture, opposite orientation. You weaponize the thing he used to take hostages," Ron said. "As a defensive tool." "Yes," Harry said. "Want to test it? Does it hurt?" "No," Harry said. "The suspended state is fully aware and perceives no time passing." "How do you know that?" Ron said. "Grip Hook," Harry said. "Right," Ron said. He raised his wand. "Go on then." The test was brief and precise. Harry cast the redirected version. Ron experienced approximately 3 seconds of complete temporal suspension from his perspective and 0 seconds from Harry's, and when it released, Ron said, "That was odd. Instant. Like a blink with no blink. But no discomfort." "None," Ron said. He shook his wand hand loosely. "That's going to be useful. In a specific scenario," Harry said. "If he starts using suspended hostages as leverage, which I think he will, being able to counter the stasis without the Ministry's conventional approach gives us an independent option." "Independent options," Ron said, in the tone of someone who had developed a strong preference for them over 6 years. He put his wand away. "What's the full picture? You've been piecing this together all day. I want the complete version." So Harry told him. He laid it out the way he laid everything out for Ron, sequentially, completely, without managing the difficult parts. The location run through the ley lines. Nagini as the priority target. The unknown Horcrux that Dumbledore hadn't identified. The piece inside Harry himself. The sequence of events that had to follow the destruction of the remaining pieces, and what the sequence meant specifically for Harry in the middle of it. Ron listened to all of it without interrupting. When Harry finished, he said nothing for a moment. Just looked at the floor. "The part where he kills you," Ron said. "Temporarily," Harry said. "The part where he kills you temporarily," Ron said, "and the plan requires that to happen. Does Voldemort have to actually intend it? Or does it work even if he thinks he's doing something else?" Harry looked at him. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Ron thought about it, working through the chess logic of it the way he did. "The magic of the protection. Your mum's sacrifice. It keys to his killing curse, specifically, directed at you. If he casts it because he wants you dead, that's one scenario. But what if he casts it at something else and you're in the way? Does the protection still hold?" Harry hadn't thought about this from that angle. He stayed with it. "The protection is tied to intent and action combined," Hermione said, from the doorway. She'd been there long enough to have heard most of it. She came in with her folder, which she apparently carried everywhere now as a matter of policy. The curse directed at you, with intent to kill you, protected by the enchantment. If the intent is towards something else, it might not activate the full protection, Harry said. Or it might still activate because you're the recipient regardless of intent, Hermione said. The magical architecture is, she stopped. I don't actually know. I've been modeling it for 2 months and there are 2 defensible interpretations. Which is the safer interpretation to plan around? Ron said. That the protection holds regardless, Harry said. If I'm wrong, the consequence is worse. If I'm right, no difference. You'd plan for the worse outcome, Ron said. Always, Harry said. Right, Ron said. He looked at Hermione. Do you agree with that modeling? Yes, Hermione said. It's the correct risk weighting. She sat down on the floor, which she'd been doing more since 5th year, a small abandonment of propriety that Harry had noticed as a sign of increasing comfort. The unknown Horcrux. Dumbledore doesn't know what it is. He has a theory, Harry said. He told me last week. He thinks it might be something of Ravenclaw's, a relic, an artifact. He's been following provenance records for 3 years. What relic? A diadem, Harry said. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Lost for centuries. He paused. He thinks it might be in Hogwarts. Hermione went very still in the way she did when she just connected 2 things. The room of requirement, she said. Harry looked at her. The room of hidden things, she said. There's a configuration of this room, I've read about it in Hogwarts, a history, the 6th edition, there's a footnote about a room that accumulates objects people hide in it, centuries of hidden things, lost things, things students have stashed and forgotten. If someone hid a diadem in Hogwarts centuries ago, it would be there, Harry said. He looked at the room around them. The room of requirement. He looked at Ron. You've been in the hidden things configuration, haven't you? The one time you were looking for, the fanged frisbee I hid in 2nd year, Ron said. Fred told me about it. The room has, it's enormous. Mountains of things. Years and years of accumulated hidden things. He paused. You're telling me Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem is in a room I accessed once looking for a fanged frisbee? Possibly, Harry said. That's, Ron stopped. Brilliant and deeply anticlimactic at the same time. Magic usually is, Hermione said, and stood up. We should look tonight. After dinner, Ron said firmly. Definitely after dinner. Ron, Hermione, it's been there for 9 centuries, Ron said. It'll last another 2 hours. It lasted another 2 hours. The room of hidden things was, as Ron had described, enormous in a way that challenged the word room. It extended in all directions further than any ordinary space could, stacked with centuries of debris, organized by no system, illuminated by the gray magical light that the room generated for its own purposes. Towers of broken furniture and crates of forgotten school supplies and stacks of old cauldrons and, in one memorable section, what appeared to be several hundred years of confiscated contraband, organized by decade. They searched for 40 minutes before Hermione found the pattern, the Horcrux's presence in the room, like a dark magnetic pull, something the Bond could feel but that was also visible if you knew what to look for. A quality in the air around a specific area. A tendency of the light to be slightly wrong. The diadem was on the head of a stone bust, set atop a wardrobe, buried under a broken telescope and a stack of disintegrating maps. It was beautiful in the way all the Horcruxes were beautiful, elegant objects made grotesque by what they contained, the way a jeweled frame around a terrible image is still a terrible image. Harry looked at it from 2 feet away. The dark presence inside it was more aware than the locket had been. It registered him immediately, registered the Bond, and did what the locket had done, tried to find the fragment inside him, tried to use it as a channel. Harry closed the Bond around it the same way. Ready, he said. Ready, Hermione said. She had the specific solution Snape had prepared. He'd given them 3 sets of materials after the cup, each calibrated for a different Horcrux type based on Dumbledore's descriptions. She'd been carrying this one in her bag for 2 weeks. "Should we get Snape?" Ron said. "He said we could handle this one independently if the object was accessible without physical barriers," Harry said. "No vault, no protections beyond the Horcrux itself. He trusts the preparation." "Snape trusts us," Ron said. "That's still a sentence that takes effort." "He trusts the preparation," Harry said. "Small difference." Hermione handed Harry the solution, which he applied precisely to the cloth beneath the diadem. The diadem reacted, the dark presence surging, trying anything, sending impressions of threat and grief and fear toward anyone in proximity. Ron's jaw tightened. Hermione's grip on her wand went white-knuckled. Harry picked up Dracontius. The sword was warm in his hand. It was always warm, had been since the vault, since that first bell-clear note in the stone chamber. He'd gotten used to it, the way you get used to things that are right. It fit his hand the way the bond fit his chest, not like something added, like something that had always been the correct shape. He brought it down. The diadem made a sound. Not the locket's sound, different. Older. The piece of soul in it had been stored there longer, had settled deeper into the object, and it protested its destruction with the fury of something very old being ended very finally. The impression hit all 3 of them simultaneously, a wave of something that wasn't quite an emotion, more like a frequency, the specific frequency of things ending. And then it was ash, and the room was just the room, and they stood in the silence of a very old space that had just had something dark removed from it. 5, Ron said, quietly. 5 down. 2 left, Harry said. He put the sword away. Through the bond, Ignis sent the acknowledgement that he'd been sending every time a Horcrux was destroyed, not celebration, something more contained. Something that felt like counting down from something rather than counting up to it. "You should sleep," Hermione said. She was looking at Harry with the eyes that saw clearly and didn't require a response to be honest. "Both of you. We go to Gringotts tomorrow for the location result. We need to be clear." "I'm clear," Harry said. "You're always clear," she said. "That doesn't mean you don't need sleep." "She has a point," Ron said. "You always say that," Harry said. "She always has one," Ron said. They left the room of hidden things and walked back through the castle, through corridors where portraits watched and didn't speak, through the familiar geography of 6 years. Harry walked between them and felt, as he occasionally did in quiet moments, the specific weight of everything they'd walked through together, the troll in first year, the basements and the chessboard, the diary and the Ford Anglia and the Time Turner, the graveyard, the Department of Mysteries, the vault and the locket and the cup, and now this. He had never once done any of it alone. Had always, at the crucial moment, had them. He was thinking about this when Ron said, "Whatever happens at the end of this, Ron," Harry said. "No, let me." Ron stopped walking. They were in a corridor near Gryffindor Tower, the fire from a wall sconce making the shadows move. "Whatever happens at the end of this. I want you to know that you're my." He stopped again. Ron was not a person who struggled with words, generally. The struggling was the content. "You're the best person I know," he said. "And I've known you since we were 11, and I've watched you do all of this," he gestured, which encompassed a great deal. "And I want you to know that you've made me better. At everything. Being around you has made me better." Harry looked at him. "The chess game," Ron continued. "The one in first year. I thought about it for a long time afterward. You know why I did it? Why I sacrificed myself in that position? To clear the path," Harry said. "Because I knew you'd use it," Ron said. "Because even then, at 11, I knew if I gave you the clear path, you'd do something worth it. I knew it was worth the sacrifice." He paused. "I still know that." He looked at Harry with those honest eyes. So whatever comes, use the clear path. All right? That's all I'm saying. Harry was quiet for a moment. Ron, he said. Yeah. I know, Harry said. I know it. Every time. Ron nodded. Good, he said, with the dignity of someone who has said the important thing and is ready to stop before it becomes sentimental. Right. Sleep. Sleep, Hermione agreed, who had been standing very still through this with the expression of someone experiencing something they're choosing to let be full rather than described. They went to Gryffindor Tower. Harry lay in his bed with the red curtains and felt through the bond, Ignis on the mountain, the ridge, the night air, the stars. The network threading out from him across the continent. The viper tooth, back in contact after 3 days of silence, which meant whatever had made it go quiet had passed. The iron belly, flying tonight, which meant the weather had cleared. And somewhere south of here, a snake that was also a Horcrux, and after the snake, one more step, and then the thing after the thing. He breathed out. He slept. Griphook's news in the morning was specific and clean. Nagini was in a manor house in Wiltshire. A location Harry knew immediately and told Ron and Hermione over breakfast with the brevity of significant information that doesn't need decorating. Malfoy Manor, Ron said. Yes, Harry said. Draco's house, Hermione said. Yes, Harry said. He thought about Draco Malfoy, who he'd been watching carefully for 6 years with the specific attention he gave to people who were smarter than their public position. Draco had started school as the performed version of his father, all blood supremacy and casual cruelty as a social language. And somewhere around 4th year the performance had started to slip, not dramatically, not in ways most people noticed, but Harry noticed. The moments when Draco's eyes went to Harry's table and the expression wasn't contempt, it was something more complicated. Assessment. Something that looked, occasionally, like the beginning of a question. He hadn't asked it. Whatever question had been forming in Draco Malfoy, it had run up against the structure of his life, his father, the dark mark, the expectations of everything he'd been raised to be, and been suppressed back down. But it was there. Harry thought about this through the morning and went to find Draco after defense against the dark arts, when the corridor was emptying and Draco was moving toward the dungeons with Crabbe and Goyle at his flanks and the expression he wore now, the closed, careful expression that had replaced the performed bravado sometime in 5th year. Malfoy, Harry said. Draco stopped. The two flanking him stopped. Draco looked at Harry with those grey eyes that never quite gave him what he expected. I need to speak with you, Harry said. Walk with me to the dungeons, Draco said, to Crabbe and Goyle. I'll be along. They went. Draco and Harry stood in the corridor, not quite facing each other, not quite not, in the way of people who have been assessing each other for years and have arrived at something that isn't friendship and isn't enmity and hasn't decided what it is yet. Wiltshire, Harry said. Your house. Draco's expression didn't change. That was information. You know he's there, Harry said. You've known for months. A pause. Why are you telling me this? Draco said. Very quiet. Very controlled. Because I'm going to deal with the situation, Harry said. And I want you to know in advance. Not to warn anyone. To give you the chance to make decisions before events make them for you. Draco looked at him with those grey eyes and Harry read in them everything that Draco Malfoy had been refusing to say for 6 years, the question, finally, close enough to the surface to be visible. My parents are in that house, Draco said. I know, Harry said. I'm not going to hurt your parents, Draco. The first name sat in the corridor between them. He's there, Draco said. You know what he can do. If you go, I know what he can do, Harry said. I've been in a room with him. And you're not, Draco stopped. Looked at him with something raw under the control. You're not afraid. No, Harry said. I'm not. Draco was quiet for a moment. The kind of quiet that's doing real work. What do you need, he said, at last. Harry looked at him. Can you get your mother out of the manor before Thursday? A very long pause. She has her own, Draco began. She would have to want to go. Would she? Harry said. Another pause. I don't know, Draco said. I think, he stopped. She loves him, he said, and the him was not Voldemort. She loves my father. But she loves me more. He looked at Harry with those eyes. What do you need her out for? Because when I come to Wiltshire, Harry said, the things that happen there will be significant. And I'd rather Narcissa Malfoy wasn't caught in the middle of something significant. Draco looked at him. You're protecting her. I'm removing a complication, Harry said. She's not a complication to you. To me she's someone who doesn't need to be in that house on Thursday. And my father? Draco said. Harry was honest. Your father has made choices that have consequences. I'm not going to hurt him. But I can't control what happens when it goes wrong in that house, and it will go wrong, Draco. It always goes wrong in the final stages. Get your mother out. That's what I'm asking. Draco stared at him for a long, long moment. I've watched you for 6 years, he said. Everyone around you gets protected. Even people who, he stopped. Why? Because they deserve to be, Harry said. That's the answer. It's not strategic. Draco absorbed this. I'll talk to her, he said. I can't promise she'll talk to her, Harry said. That's enough. He paused. Also. Whatever happens after Thursday, if you need, he stopped, found the right word. If you need space that isn't defined by what your family chose, that exists. I'm telling you that. Draco stared at him. I'm not asking you to come to my side, Harry said. I'm not asking for anything. I'm just telling you the space exists. The famous Harry Potter, Draco said. Offering safe harbor to a Malfoy. The Dragon Lord, Harry said, without ego, just precision. Offering someone who's been asking a question for 6 years somewhere to ask it out loud. Draco looked at him for a moment that had the specific quality of a hinge, the moment before a door moves. I'll talk to my mother, he said. He turned and walked toward the dungeons. Harry watched him go and felt through the bond, Ignis, warm and constant, sending nothing specific, just, here. Which was all he needed. Thursday came with the same grey March weather that had started the week. They went in the evening, Harry and Hermione and Ron, Dumbledore who had insisted on coming and whom Harry had stopped arguing with because the argument was unwinnable and the effort was better spent elsewhere, and 2 Order members who served as outer perimeter. Snape was separately positioned, his own route, his own purpose that Harry didn't ask about and Dumbledore had vouched for. Malfoy Manor sat at the end of a long drive behind gates that had their own dark magic embedded in the iron. Nagini, through the bond, was inside. Harry could feel her through the ley line data grip hook had provided, a specific location on the ground floor, moving in the pattern of a creature who ranges the same space repeatedly. Narcissa Malfoy was not inside. Harry had felt her absence before they arrived, which meant Draco had talked to her, which meant Draco Malfoy had made a choice that wasn't the one his family's history would have made for him. He noted this. It mattered. The gates were manageable, not quickly, not without Dumbledore's work on the upper layers of the warding, which he performed with the precision of someone who has been studying this specific gate's magical signature for months because that was how Dumbledore prepared. The grounds were dark and still and the house was lit in its upper floors. Harry moved on the bond, Ignis, not here, not invited to this specific location because the manor was too enclosed, but close enough that the bond hummed constant and clear, the warmth of it running through Harry's chest like a current. He had learned, over 6 years, that the bond was most useful not when Ignis was physically present but when the connection was fully open, when he wasn't managing it or containing it, when he let it run all the way through. He ran it all the way through now. Nagini felt it. The snake, the Horcrux, the living piece of preserved soul, felt the bond arrive in her proximity the way all the dark preserved magic felt it, with a violence of reaction that was immediate and specific. She moved toward the outer wall. Away from wherever Voldemort was in the house. Toward Harry. "She's coming out," Harry said. "You drew her out?" Ron said. "The bond drew her," Harry said. "She's reacting to it. The dark soul piece in her recognizes, it tries to connect and can't, and the trying moves her." He watched through the bond. "She'll come around the east wing. 20 seconds. "Hermione," Ron said. "Ready," Hermione said. Nagini came around the east wing in exactly 20 seconds, moving through the garden with the specific liquid speed of a very large snake who is following something she can't resist. She was enormous up close, 12 feet, scales that caught the moonlight in a way that made them look almost beautiful, eyes that were ancient in the way all Voldemort's magic was ancient, carrying years and dark intention. She saw Harry and stopped. In the space between recognition and action, Harry held Draconscious. What he felt, in that moment, through the bond, was the vast cooperative presence of the dragon network, every thread, every connection, every dragon that had acknowledged the bond across 6 continents, all of it present and oriented, the way it had been on the mountain when the dragons bowed. Not adding power to the sword, exactly. More like, witnessing. The magical world's oldest creatures, present for the moment that ended one of its most significant threats. The snake lunged. Harry moved. Draconscious cut. The destruction of a living Horcrux was different from the objects, more immediate, more kinetic, the life and the dark soul fragment ending simultaneously in a way that produced nothing like sound and nothing like light but something in between, something that hit the bond like a chord resolving, a dissonance settling into silence. And then she was gone, and the garden was quiet. 6, Ron said. Harry lowered the sword. He was breathing steadily. Through the bond, Ignis sent the same count, 6 down, the network registering the event the way it registered all the previous ones, with the accuracy of creatures that felt dark magic as an environmental presence and noticed when pieces of it went away. "Is he?" Hermione started. The windows on the upper floor of the manor went bright. "He knows," Harry said. "We need to move," Dumbledore said. "Yes," Harry said. He looked at the house. Somewhere in there, Lucius Malfoy. And the Dark Lord, who had just felt 6 pieces of himself destroyed and was now, for the first time in 15 years, operating without a single preserved fragment of his soul outside his own body. Just himself. What was left of himself? Which was the most dangerous he'd ever been, and also, Harry knew, the most vulnerable. "Not tonight," Harry said. "He's not ready and neither are we. But soon." "How soon?" Ron said. Harry felt through the bond, the network, all 63 threads, and below them the ancient magical fabric that dragons read, and in that fabric, a quality that was changing. Something coming to its conclusion. The way a storm announces itself before it arrives. "Days," Harry said. "Not weeks. Days." He turned and led them back through the gate and into the dark, and the manor was lit behind them, and somewhere above the clouds Ignis was flying, copper eyes on the house below, waiting.